Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Psychology, 4th edition. Chapter 3, Sensation and Perception. The time now is 4:11 a.m. Today is Saturday, May 30th, 2026. Chapter 3, Sensation and Perception. Narrated by Omar Mohsen Ibrahim Fouad. Chapter 3, Sensation and Perception. Chapter outline and learning objectives. An introduction to sensation and perception. LO1. Define sensation and perception and explain how they are different. LO2. Define transduction and explain how it relates to sensation. LO3. Describe and differentiate between absolute thresholds and difference thresholds. Vision. LO4. Summarize the properties of light and color and describe the structure and function of the eye. LO5. Describe the functions of rods and cones. LO6. Explain how the trichromatic theory and the opponent process theory helps us understand color vision. Hearing. LO7. Summarize how sound waves are converted into the sensation of hearing. LO8. Illustrate how we sense different pitches of sound. LO8. Illustrate how we sense different pitches of sound. Smell, taste, touch. LO9. Describe the process of olfaction. LO10. Describe the structures involved in taste and describe how they work. LO11. Explain how the biopsychosocial perspective helps us understand pain. LO12. Illustrate how we sense the position and movement of our bodies. Perception. Is it all in your head? LO13. Identify the principles of perceptual organization. LO14. Describe some of the visual cues used in depth perception. An introduction to sensation and perception. The jazz singer. A warm spotlight shines upon jazz singer Mandy Harvey. She begins strumming her ukulele, fingers moving with delicate confidence, head bobbing to the beat. A piano joins in, and Mandy begins to sing. Her voice is clear and sweet perfection, and her lyrics tell the story of an internal struggle. The song Try is about accepting yourself and not being afraid to try. That is, take chances, perhaps fall on your face and get up and move forward. As Mandy explained at one of her concerts, Try is about believing what's within me is stronger than what's in my way. No barriers, 2015, 2 minutes and 2 seconds. No one exemplifies this mantra better than Mandy herself. Music that touches the soul. At least half of the music Mandy Harvey performs is original material. The other half consists of rearranged jazz numbers, 1960s music, and an occasional pop song like Coldplay's Yellow. Her favorite songs tend to be those with poetic lyrics and genuine emotion. Mandy has been deaf since her freshman year of college. That was more than a decade ago, and today she is living a dream most would consider inconceivable, with 5 albums to her name and a repertoire of original songs. Mandy is living proof that music can still be created and enjoyed after hearing loss. On a broader level, she shows all of us that good things come to those who dream big and confront their fears of failure. It is clear from the trembling lips and watering eyes of some audience members that this message resonates with her fans. Mandy's band performs at all types of venues, from cozy jazz lounges to grand settings like the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. While singing, Mandy translates her lyrics into sign language, but this is the only clue that she is deaf. Her pitch, timing, and execution are virtually flawless. How does she do it? Video profile, Mandy in her own words. Where does sensation end and perception begin? LO1. Define sensation and perception and explain how they are different. Mandy has had hearing problems since she was a baby, but she didn't face profound hearing loss until the age of 18, and thus has 2 decades of musical memories to draw upon. The sound of middle C still rings in her brain, and she knows how it feels to move up and down the scale or change keys. I remember music that I sang when I was 4, Mandy says, so once I learn a song, it's very difficult for me to forget it. But memories alone are not enough to stay in sync with a band of musicians. For this, Mandy relies on other sensations, what she sees and feels, to compensate for what she cannot hear. Note, quotations attributed to Mandy Harvey are personal communications. Sensation versus perception. The subject of this chapter is sensation and perception. The absorbing and deciphering of information from the environment. Sensation is the process by which receptors in our sensory organs, the eyes, ears, nose, mouth, skin, and other tissues, perceive and detect stimuli. Perception is the process through which information about these stimuli is organized, interpreted, and transformed into something meaningful. Sensation is seeing a red burner on the stove. Perception is thinking hot. Sensation is hearing a loud, shrill tone. Perception is recognizing it as the warning sound of a fire alarm. Together, sensation and perception provide a coherent experience of the world around and inside you, and they often occur without your effort or awareness. Psychologists frequently characterize the processing of sensory information as bottom-up or top-down. Bottom-up processing occurs when the brain collects basic information about incoming stimuli and prepares it for further interpretation. Often occurring simultaneously is top-down processing. With top-down processing, the brain draws upon past experiences and knowledge to decipher and interpret sensory information. Reiner, 2019. Bottom-up processing is what cameras and video recorders do best. Collect data without any expectations. Top-down processing is where humans excel. Suppose your cell phone signal momentarily breaks up and you can't hear every word the other person is saying. Thanks to top-down processing, you can often fill in the gaps and make sense of what you are hearing. For another example of top-down processing, consider the word that appears immediately below this paragraph. It consists of incomplete letters, but your brain is able to put the pieces together and make out the word psychology. What you perceive is influenced by expectations from past experience. Leptergos, ETAL 2020. Now it's time to learn how your sensory systems collect information from inside and outside your body and transform it into your impressions of the world. How are beams of light turned into an image of a fiery orange sunrise and chemical sensations converted into the taste of a sweet strawberry? It all depends on transduction. Did he have synesthesia? Sensory processing does not always proceed as expected. When Vincent van Gogh, shown here in this self-portrait, took up piano in his early 30s, he began to associate musical notes with particular colors. The piano teacher thought something was wrong with Van Gogh, but his ability to associate musical notes with colors may have been a manifestation of synesthesia. Saffron and Sanda, 2015. Synesthesia is a rare, non-pathological phenomenon where stimulation of one sense automatically provokes a secondary perception in another. Tilot, ETAL 2018, page 3168. LO2, define transduction and explain how it relates to sensation. Transduction. Sensation begins when your sensory systems receive input from your internal and external environment. Each sensory system is designed to respond to stimuli of a certain kind. Light waves and sound waves accost your eyes and ears. Heat waves bathe your skin. Molecules of different chemical compositions float into your nostrils and swim through your mouth. And physical objects press against your body. But none of these stimuli can have an impact on your brain unless they are translated into a language it understands. Electrical and chemical signals. This is the job of the specialized sensory cells located in the back of your eyes, the caverns of your ears and nose. This is the job of the specialized sensory cells located in the back of your eyes, the caverns of your ears and nose, the spongy surface of your tongue, and within your skin, muscle, and other tissues. The process of transforming stimuli into the electrical and chemical signals of neurons is called transduction. And it is the first step of sensation. The neural signals are then processed by the central nervous system, consisting of the brain and spinal cord, resulting in what we consciously experience as sensations. Seeing a person's face or smelling smoke. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we describe how neurons work together to shape our experiences. Information moves through the body via electrical and chemical processes, action potentials traveling along axons, and neurotransmitters released at synapses. Here we learn how this activity underlies sensation and perception. For sensations to be useful, we must assign meaning to them. That face belongs to my girlfriend, or I smell smoke. There must be a fire. And even though we may describe sensation and perception as two distinct events, there is no physical boundary in the brain marking the end of sensation and the beginning of perception. The processing of stimuli into sensations and perceptions happens quickly and automatically. How do these concepts figure into psychology, the scientific study of behavior and mental processes? Sensation and perception are the starting points for every psychological process you can imagine. From learning psychology concepts to creating YouTube videos. Through careful and systematic observation, psychologists are continually discovering ways that sensation and perception affect our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Sensation. It just depends. Studying sensation means studying human beings who are complex and variable. Not everyone is born with the same collection of stimulus detecting equipment. Some people have eyes that see 20/20. Others have been wearing glasses since they were toddlers. There is even variation within a given individual. The ability to detect faint stimuli, for instance, depends on your state of mind and body, how preoccupied, bored, or stressed you happen to be, or whether you've had your morning cup of coffee, for example. Some fluctuations in sensing ability can have profound consequences. Think about lifeguards and the enormous responsibility they take on, for example. Lifeguards are expected to prevent drownings and injuries at beaches and pools, yet they must contend with visual challenges like glare, interpret ambiguous behaviors. Are those joyous yelps or terrified screams? And maintaining constant attention even when they are hot, tired, or bored. Lanigan, Laitzel, ETAL 2015, Laxton, and Crundall 2018. LO3, describe and differentiate between absolute thresholds and difference thresholds. Absolute thresholds. Our sensory systems are prone to inferences from outside and within. This tendency makes it challenging for psychologists to measure sensory abilities, though they have been successful in many respects. For example, researchers have established various types of sensory thresholds, which are the lowest levels of stimulation people can detect. Of particular interest are absolute thresholds, defined as the weakest stimuli that can be detected 50% of the time. The absolute threshold, commonly cited for vision, for instance, is the equivalent of being able to see the flame of one candle in the dark of night, 30 miles away 50% of the time. Figure 3.1, Galanter, 1962. Absolute thresholds are important because they give us a sense of how strong a stimulus must be for our sensory systems to detect its presence. But there is more to sensation than identifying whether something is there. It's also critical to detect changes in stimuli. Touch, hearing, smell, vision, taste. Touch, a bee's wing falling on your cheek. Hearing, the tick of a clock at 20 feet. Smell, one drop of perfume throughout a 6-room apartment. Vision, candle flame seen from 30 miles away on a clear dark night. Taste, 1 teaspoon of sugar in 2 gallons of water. Extended description for Figure 3.1, absolute thresholds. Figure 3.1, absolute thresholds. Absolute thresholds are the weakest stimuli that can be detected 50% of the time. Listed here are absolute thresholds for various senses. Information from Galanter, 1962. Sensory adaptation. Have you ever put on deodorant or cologne and wondered if its scent was too strong? But within a few minutes, you no longer notice it. Or perhaps you have jumped into an ice-cold swimming pool, and after several minutes, you are Or perhaps you have jumped into an ice-cold swimming pool, and after several minutes, you are oblivious to the frigid temperature. Our sensory receptors become less sensitive to constant stimuli through sensory adaptation, which leads to decreased awareness of unchanging conditions. This process allows us to focus instead of changing. This process allows us to focus instead of change. This process allows us to focus instead on changes in our environment, a skill that has proven invaluable for survival. Connections. In Chapter 1, we presented the evolutionary perspective, which may shed light on how sensory adaptation evolved. Being able to ignore unchanging stimuli makes it easier to detect changes in the environment, including those that signal danger. This ability may have helped our primitive ancestors survive and thus reproduce and pass along their genes. The chill wears off. The water may feel frigid when you first jump in, but after a while, you become accustomed to the temperature. If a stimulus is ongoing and steady, we tend to become less aware of it. Difference thresholds. Suppose a friend asks you to turn down the volume of your music. How much does the sound level need to drop in order for them to notice? There is a certain change in volume that will catch their attention, but what is it? And does that value also apply to increases in sound level? Early psychologists asked similar questions. They wanted to know how different stimuli must be in order for someone to notice their difference. Through careful experimentation, they established various difference thresholds, or the minimum differences between two stimuli noticed 50% of the time. Let's say you are blindfolded, holding 20 sheets of paper weighing 100 grams, and somebody places a strip of paper on top. The strip weighs 0.5 grams, which means you're adding 0.5% of the weight of the stack of paper. Do you think you'd notice the added weight of that strip? Probably not. But if someone added an entire sheet, which weighs 5 grams or 5% of the stack's weight, then you would almost definitely notice the change, right? Somewhere in between that strip of paper and full sheet of paper is the difference threshold. In fact, the just noticeable difference for detecting changes in weight is 2%. That is the proportion of added weight needed for you to feel the difference 50% of the time. We owe this knowledge in part to German physiologist Ernest Weber, 1795 through 1878, who studied difference thresholds in the 1800s. Weber's law states that ratios, not raw number values, determine these difference thresholds, and each sense has its own constant Weber ratio. For humans to detect a difference between two stimuli 50% of the time, the intensity of two lights must differ by 8%. The weight of objects lifted must differ by 2%. The intensity of sounds must differ by 4%. The taste of salt must differ by 8%, and the strength of electric shocks must differ by 1%. Poulton, 1967. Teksunian, 1971. Would you notice 5 fewer chips? In 2021, Frito-Lay downsized their Doritos bags from 9.75 to 9.25 ounces, a decrease of 0.50 ounces, or the equivalent of about 5 chips. Bartov, 2022, Diaz, 2022. Did consumers notice? The answer lies in the Weber ratio for weight. In order for a difference to be detected, the weight of objects lifted must be. The answer lies in the Weber ratio for weight. In order for a difference to be detected, the weight of objects lifted must differ by 2%. A loss of 0.50 ounces represents a 5% decrease in weight, so the change would be noticeable. Think critically. How powerful are subliminal influences? The absolute and difference thresholds discussed above pertain to stimuli that we can detect 50% of the time. What about stimuli below these thresholds? Do subliminal stimuli, which are well beneath our absolute thresholds, lights too dim to see or sounds too faint to hear, for example, have an impact on us? Perhaps you have heard of subliminal advertising or stealthy attempts by marketers to woo you into buying products. Here's an example. You're watching an Instagram reel and suddenly the words "buy these shoes" flash across the screen, but only for a few milliseconds. Your sensory receptors may detect this fleeting stimulus, but it's so brief that you don't notice it. According to urban myth, subliminal marketing can make you purchase shoes, food, personal products, or whatever items happen to be advertised. The truth is that subliminal marketing cannot affect behavior in this way. Subliminal messages cannot manipulate you to purchase something you had not planned on buying, or to quit smoking, for example. Karamans, ETAL, 2006. Connections. In Chapter 0 and 1, we discussed critical thinking. The claim that subliminal advertising can make us buy unwanted items is an example of misinformation about human behavior. With critical thinking, we determine if there is scientific evidence to support claims, including those conveyed by urban myths. That being said, the brain does register information presented at an unconscious or non-conscious level. Studies show that neural activity is triggered by the subliminal presentation of stimuli. Axelrod, ETAL, 2014. For example, brain activity changes when hungry people are presented with subliminal food images. Ilse, ETAL, 2020. These subliminal messages may be able to influence fleeting moods without our awareness. In one study, researchers primed participants with subliminal images that were sexual in nature. After being exposed to these erotic images, participants seemed to experience an increase in positive emotions. Gilleth and Collins, 2016. As you will learn throughout this textbook, we are often unaware of how events and people in our environments, initially experienced as sensations and perceptions, influence our thoughts, emotions, and behaviors. Thus far, we have focused on the stimulus itself, but what about our environmental factors such as background stimuli, competing for the observer's attention, or internal factors like the observer's state of mind. How do these variables affect one's sensing capacity? Signal detection theory. As previously noted, our ability to detect weak stimuli in the environment is based on many factors, including the intensity of the stimulus, the presence of interfering stimuli, and our psychological state. The theory that draws all these facets together is called signal detection theory, which is based on the idea that noise from our internal and external environments can interfere with sensation. Signal detection theory is relevant to any activity that involves interpreting potentially ambiguous sensory stimuli, from forecasting the weather to diagnosing disease, so its applications are extremely broad. Wicksted, 2020. Suppose a physician is evaluating a patient for potential lung cancer. The doctor must make important decisions like whether to refer a patient for cancer treatment amid the noise of variables related to their years of experience and workplace standards. Kostopoulou, ETAL 2019. In a healthcare context, the ability to sense and perceive may have life or death implications. Research connections. Here, the noise of variables relates to the potential bias of the doctor and how that bias might impact their decisions related to patient care. In Chapter 1, we discussed how bias can change the outcome of experience. In Chapter 1, we discussed how bias can change the outcome of experiments. Expectations, attitudes, and value systems can influence a person's observations. Observer bias. Researcher expectations can also impact results, but this experimenter bias often can be controlled with double-blind studies. How might signal detection theory apply to your everyday life? Imagine your phone rings as you stand on a busy street corner. Whether you hear the ringtone depends on many external factors, such as competing sounds from traffic and nearby voices. It also depends on internal factors, including how tired or alert you may be. Have you ever heard your ringtone when no one is calling? Signal detection theory can help explain that too. Neurons in our sensory systems sometimes fire spontaneously even in the absence of sensory stimuli. If we are highly attuned to detecting an extremely weak sensory signal, we might interpret that random neural activity as a true sensation. Wicksted, 2020, page 211. So if you're anxiously awaiting a call and straining to detect any hint of a ring, you may perceive a ringtone when your phone didn't make a peep. Phantom phone signals, PPS, or perceptions of a mobile phone ringing, vibrating, and blinking when in fact it did not, appear to be very common among both adult and child cell phone users. Paisano, ETAL 2019. P1 Tanis, ETAL 2015. Now that we have discussed factors that influence our ability to sense stimuli, let's explore the process itself. What are the characteristics of sensory stimuli, and how does each sense collect and process this information? We'll start by exploring the sense that is generally considered most dominant, vision. Show what you know. 1. Information received by sensory receptors is organized, interpreted, and assigned meaning through the process of A. Perception, B. Transduction, C. Sensation, D. Signal detection. The answer is A. Perception. Information received by sensory receptors is organized, interpreted, and assigned meaning through the process of perception. Question number 2. Identify some stimuli in your current surroundings that are being transformed through transduction into neural signals you experience as sensations. Answers will vary, but can include examples such as hearing the honking of a car outside or smelling food cooking in the kitchen. Question number 3. A woman standing next to you at the supermarket has some very strong smelling cheese in her basket. You notice the odor immediately, but within a matter of minutes, you can barely detect it. This reduced sensitivity to a constant smell results from the process of A. Sensation, B. Transduction, C. Perception, D. Sensory adaptation. The answer is D. Sensory adaptation. A woman standing next to you at the supermarket has some very strong smelling cheese in her basket. You notice the odor immediately, but within a matter of minutes, you can barely detect it. This reduced sensitivity to a constant smell results from the process of sensory adaptation. Vision. How does she do it? Mandy has near perfect pitch, a stunning ability given that she cannot hear the notes coming out of her mouth. As she explains, certain areas of your throat, you can tell if you're hitting a note. As she explains, certain areas of your throat, you can tell if you're hitting a note or not. But every once in a while, Mandy finds herself slightly off key. If I'm singing not quite right in my brain, I'm like, this doesn't feel right. I'm not sure exactly where I'm wrong, but I know that I'm not right. In these situations, Mandy may rely on her fellow musicians to adjust their key to match hers. It's the benefit of having really great musicians back you up. Mandy says, so you never really fall flat on your face. Other times, Mandy changes her key to match the band's. If she's singing a quarter step too low, for example, the pianist might use his hands to signal move up. Throughout the performance, Mandy and the other musicians continue communicating with visual cues, bobbing their heads to maintain rhythm and using eye contact to signal transitions. Every musician looks at me when it's my turn to go in and sing, and I look at them when they're about to solo, Mandy says. At the end of the show, the crowd claps and cheers, and some show their appreciation with deaf pop. At the end of the show, the crowd claps and cheers, and some show At the end of the show, the crowd claps and cheers, and some show their appreciation with deaf applause, raising their hands and shaking them. Showing their love, Mandy's fans shower her in deaf applause, the visual equivalent of clapping. The silent communication occurring between Mandy, her musicians, and the fans is made possible by a remarkable communication system running from the eyes to the brain. How does the visual system work? To tackle this question, we must have a basic understanding of light and color. Light and color. LO4. Summarize the properties of light and color and describe the structure and function of the eye. When Mandy sees fans erupt in deaf applause, she is not seeing their actual hands. She is sensing light waves bouncing off those hands and entering her eyes. The eyes do not sense faces, objects, or scenery. They detect light. Remember, if you don't have light, you don't have sight. But what exactly is light? Light is an electromagnetic wave composed of fluctuating electric and magnetic fields, zooming from place to place at a very fast rate. And when we say fast, we mean from Atlanta to Los Angeles in a tenth of a second. Electromagnetic waves are everywhere all the time, zipping past your head and bouncing off your nose. As figure 3.2 shows, light that is visible to humans falls among a spectrum of range of electromagnetic energy. Gamma rays, X-rays, UV, visible light, infrared light, microwaves, radio waves. Light visible to humans, wavelength, amplitude, wavelength in nanometers. Extended description for figure 3.2, visible light and electromagnetic spectrum. The electromagnetic spectrum shows gamma rays, X-rays, UV rays, visible light, infrared light, microwaves, and radio waves. The wavelength increases along the spectrum and is labeled between the distance of two peaks of a wave, and amplitude is labeled at the maximum extent of a wave. Radio waves occupy the largest portion in spectrum, and visible light occupies the smallest portion in the spectrum. Gamma rays with the smallest wavelength are labeled with a radiation sign. X-rays are labeled with an X-ray image of a left hand. Infrared light is labeled with a photo of soldiers in night vision. Microwaves are labeled with a mobile phone, and radio waves are labeled with signal towers. The wavelength of visible light ranges from 400 to 700 nanometers. Shades between violet and green are present between 400 to 500 nanometers. Shades between green and orange are present in between 500 and 600 nanometers. And shades between orange and red are present in between 600 and 700 nanometers. All data are approximate. Figure 3.2, visible light and the electromagnetic spectrum. Only a small part of the electromagnetic spectrum can be detected by the human visual system. Visible light wavelengths range from approximately 400 to 700 nanometers. We use electromagnetic energy for a variety of purposes, from warming our dinners to carrying on digital conversations. Wavelength. The various types of electromagnetic energy can be distinguished by their wavelength, which is the distance from one wave hump to the next, like the distance between the crests of waves rolling in the ocean, figure 3.2. Gamma waves have short wavelengths, and are located on the far left of the spectrum. At the opposite extreme, far right of the spectrum, are the long radio waves. In between these two extremes is the light humans can see, measuring between 400 and 700 nanometers, nm, or billionths of a meter. Brown and Wald, 1964. Wavelength plays an important role in determining the colors humans and animals can detect. The colors we see, although dogs only see the world in blues, yellows, and grays, humans and other primates can detect a wider spectrum of colors, including reds and oranges. Pong Rax, ETAL 2017. This ability to see reds and oranges may be an adaptation to spot ripe fruits against the green backdrop of tree leaves, and to facilitate memorization and recognition of objects. Hoffman and Palczewski, 2015. Mellon, ETAL 2014. Other creatures see colors that we can't. Snakes can detect infrared waves radiating off of their bodies. Snakes can detect infrared waves radiating off of the bodies of their prey, and birds evaluate potential mates by sensing ultraviolet waves reflected by their feathers. Bennett, ETAL 1996. Gracheva, ETAL 2010. Lind and Delhi, 2015. I see you. This is what you might perceive if you were a snake searching for dinner in the dark. The western diamondback rattlesnake has facial sensors that detect infrared radiation from warm-blooded prey. The process depends on specialized channels in nerve fibers of the snake's face. Gracheva, ETAL 2010. Features of color. Every color can be described according to three features: hue, brightness, and saturation. The first feature, hue, is what we commonly refer to as color. Green grass reflects light with a green hue. Hue is determined by wavelength. Violet has the shortest wavelength in the visible spectrum, 400 nanometers. And red has the longest, 700 nanometers. The brightness of a color represents a continuum from intense to dim. Brightness depends on wave height or amplitude, the distance from midpoint to peak, or from midpoint to trough. Figure 3.2. Just remember, the taller the height, the brighter the light. Saturation or color purity is determined by uniformity of wavelength. Saturated colors are made up of the same wavelengths. Objects we see as pure violet, for instance, are reflecting only 400 nanometers light waves. We can pollute the violet light by mixing it with other wavelengths, resulting in a less saturated, pale lavender. Most colors in the environment are not pure. The pigments in the blue hair of Carol G below probably reflect a mixture of wavelengths around 475 nanometers, rather than pure 475 nanometer blue. Combinations of these three basic features, hue, brightness, and saturation, can produce an infinite number of colors. Our eyes are just not sensitive enough to tell them all apart. Findings vary, but some researchers estimate that humans can detect approximately 2.3 million colors. Lynn Harris, ETAL 2008. Masoka, ETAL 2013. Very Blue. Singer Carol G performs at the 2022 Coachella Valley Music and Arts Festival in Indio, California. Her hair may appear to be a pure blue, but the color is most likely a blend of various blue wavelengths. Most colors we encounter in the real world are a mix of different wavelengths. Perception of colors. And now the $2.3 million question. Most of us agree that stop signs are red and lemons are yellow, but can we be sure that the one person's perception of color is identical to another's? Is it possible that your red may be someone else's yellow? Without getting inside the mind of another person and perceiving the world as they do, this question may be impossible to answer. The colors we perceive do not actually exist in the world around us. Rather, they are the product of one, factors in the environment, namely wavelengths of light reflecting and emanating from objects, and two, the brain's interpretation of that light, neural activity. You won't believe your eyes. The eyes take light energy and transform it into neural code for the brain to interpret. The exquisite specificity of this code allows us to differentiate between patterns, textures, different shades of gray, and a multitude of colors. How does the process work? To answer this question, we must understand the eye's remarkable biology. Infographic 3.1. Your image in the mirror reveals only a fraction of each ping-pong-sized eyeball. The rest is hidden inside your head. Let's explore this biological wonder, starting from the outside and working our way toward the brain. The cornea. The surface of the eye looks wet and glassy. This clear outer layer over the colored portion of the eye is called the cornea, and it has two important jobs. One, shielding the eye from damage by dust, bacteria, or even a poke, and two, focusing incoming light waves. About 65 to 75% of the focusing ability of the eye comes from the cornea, which is why imperfections in its shape can lead to blurred vision. University of Maryland Medical Center, ND. The iris and pupil. Directly behind the cornea is the donut-shaped iris. When you say someone has velvety brown eyes, you are really talking about the color of their irises. The black hole in the center of the iris is called the pupil. In dim lighting, the iris muscle relaxes, enlarging the pupil to allow more light inside the eye. In bright sunlight, the iris muscle squeezes, constricting the pupil to limit the amount of light. Interestingly, the pupils also constrict when people look at photographs of the sun or think about bright objects. Binda, ETAL 2013, Husta, ETAL 2019. The lens and accommodation. Behind the pupil is the lens, a tough transparent structure with dimensions similar to an M&M's candy. Mayo Clinic 2017. Like the cornea, the lens specializes in focusing incoming light, but it can also change shape in order to adjust to objects near and far, a process called accommodation. If we take our eyes off this page and look across the room, faraway objects immediately come into focus because our lenses change shape. As we age, the lens begins to stiffen, impairing our ability to see things close up, like the words in this text, the retina. After passing through the cornea, the retina. After passing through the cornea, pupil, and lens, light waves travel through the eyeball's jelly-like filling and land on the retina, a carpet of neurons covering the back wall of the eye. The retina is responsible for the transduction of light energy into neural activity, that is, sensing light and relaying a message to the brain. Without the retina, vision is impossible. LO5 describe the functions of rods and cones, photoreceptors, and other neurons. The retina is home to millions of specialized neurons called photoreceptors, which absorb light energy and turn it into electrical and chemical signals for the brain to process. Two types of photoreceptors are located in the retina, rods and cones, which get their names from their characteristic shapes. Rods are extremely sensitive, firing in response to even a single photon, the smallest possible packet of light. This doesn't mean we can see a single photon. However, the absolute threshold for detection of light through rods is 50 photons. Hoffman and Palasuski, 2015, Reek and Baylor, 1998. If rods were all we had, the world would look something like an old black and white movie. Cones enable us to enjoy a visual experience more akin to Ultra HD TV, except for those of us with color deficiencies discussed later. In addition to providing color vision, cones allow us to see fine details such as small print on the back of a gift card. Connections. In Biology and Behavior chapter, we note that neurons are activated in response to sensations. In the case of vision, sensation occurs when photoreceptors in the retina transduce light into neural signals. This causes a chain reaction in neurons of the visual pathway, which convey the message to the brain. Rods and cones. It is clear in this photo why the light-sensing neurons in the back of the eye are called rods, tan, and cones, green. Rods and cones are just the first step in a complex neural signaling cascade that ultimately leads to a visual experience in the brain. Infographic 3.1. When rods and cones are stimulated by light energy, they communicate with other specialized neurons, called bipolar cells. These in turn convey their signal to ganglion cells, yet another type of neuron located toward the front of the retina. Axons of the ganglion cells bundle together in the optic nerve, which is like an electrical cable, one extending from each eye, hooking the retina to the brain. The optic nerve exits the retina at the optic disc, causing a blind spot. The optic nerve exits the retina at the optic disc, causing a blind spot. Since this area lacks rods and cones, you can find your blind spot by following the instructions in the try this below. Try this. Looking at this page from an arm's length away, close your right eye and stare at the orange with your left. Slowly move your face closer to the page. The apple on the left will disappear, when the light from the picture falls on your blind spot. Looking at this page from an arm's length away, close your right eye and stare at the orange with your left. Slowly move your face closer to the page. The apple on the left will disappear when light from that picture falls on your blind spot. Sure does. SubhanAllah. SubhanAllah. Sure does. The apple disappeared at approximately 6 inches from my face. The fovea, the retina in each eye, is home to approximately 120 million rods and 6 million cones. Amesbury and Schallhorn, 2003. Luo and De Cruz, 2014. Rods are found everywhere in the retina except in the optic disc mentioned earlier, and a tiny central spot called the fovea. Cones are packed most densely in the fovea, but are also sprinkled through the rest of the retina. To study something in precise detail, like the tiny serial number on the bottom of a laptop, hold it under a bright light and stare at it straight on. The cones in the fovea excel at sensing detail and operate best in ample light. To get a look at something in dim light, focus slightly to its side, stimulating the super light sensitive rods outside the fovea. Dark and light adaptation. The eye has an amazing ability to adjust to drastic fluctuations in light levels. This process starts with the pupil, which rapidly shrinks and expands in response to light changes, and then continues with the rods and cones, which need more time to adjust. When a person with typical eyesight walks into a dark movie theater, they can't see too well. Soon their eyes start adjusting to the dark in a process called dark adaptation, which takes about 8 minutes for cones and 30 minutes for rods. Hecht and Mandelbaum, 1938. Claver, ETAL, 1998. Wolf and Ali, 2015. When they leave the dark theater and return to the blinding light of the day, the eyes also adjust. With light adaptation, the pupil constricts to reduce the amount of light flooding the retina, and the rods and cones become less sensitive to light. Light adaptation occurs relatively quickly, lasting at most 10 minutes. Ludell, 1978. Infographic 3.1. Seeing. Seeing involves more than simply looking at an object. Vision is a complex process. Seeing involves more than simply looking at an object. Vision is a complex process in which light waves entering the eye are directed toward the retina, where they are transduced into messages the brain can understand. Within the retina are the photoreceptors, rods and cones, bipolar cells, and ganglion cells, all of which play a key role in conveying information from the eyes to the brain. 1. Light waves bouncing off an object into your eye through the cornea, pupil, and lens. 2. Iris dilates and contracts. Iris dilates and contracts pupil to control amount of light entering the eye. 3. Cornea and lens focus light waves toward the retina, bending the light and projecting an inverted image. 4. Light strikes the retina, exciting photoreceptors. 5. In the retina, rods and cones fire, activating bipolar cells. This excites ganglion cells, whose axons form the optic nerve carrying messages to the brain. Light waves, pupil, cornea, iris, lens, retina. Optic nerve, optic disc, fovea, ganglion cells, bipolar cells, photoreceptors, rods, cones. Extended description for infographic 3.1 Seeing. Is that Beyonce over there? Let's stop for a moment and examine how information flows through the visual pathway. Infographic 3.1. Suppose a person with typical vision spots the face of Beyonce in a restaurant. Remember, the viewer is actually seeing the light that her face reflects. Normally, light rays bouncing off Beyonce's face would continue moving along a straight line path, but they encounter the bulging curvature of the cornea covering the viewer's pupil, which bends them. The light is further bent by the lens, but to a lesser extent. Rays entering the top of the cornea bend downward, and those striking the base bend upward. The result is an inverted or flip-flopped image projected on the retina. It's like the eye is a movie theater, the retina is its screen, and the feature film being played is the world turned upside down. Kornheiser, 1976. Ramachandran and Rogers, Ramachandran, 2008. Stratton, 1896. The photoreceptors in the retina respond to the stimulus, sending signals to the bipolar cells, which then communicate with the ganglion cells that bundle into the optic nerves. The optic nerves, one from each eye, intersect at a place in the brain called the optic chism. From there, information coming from each eye is split, with about half traveling to the same side thalamus and half going to the opposite side thalamus. Interneurons then shuttle the data to the visual cortex, located in the occipital lobes in the back of your head. Neurons in the visual cortex, called feature detectors, specialize in detecting specific features of your visual experience, such as angles, lines, and movements. How these features are pieced together into a unified visual experience. I see Beyonce is complex. Researchers David Hubel, 1926-2013, and Torsten Wiesel proposed that visual processing begins in the visual cortex, where teams of cells respond to specifically oriented lines as opposed to just pixel-like spots of light, and then continues in other parts of the cortex where information from both eyes is integrated. Hubble and Wiesel, 1979. More recent research on non-human primates suggests that different groups of neurons in the visual cortex process information about color, shape, or both. Garg, ETAL 2019. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we explain how interneurons of the central nervous system, the brain and spinal cord, receive and process signals from sensory neurons. Here we discuss how interneurons facilitate the processing of visual information. What colors do you see? Earlier, we discussed various features of color, but we have yet to explain how waves of electromagnetic energy relate to the colors we see. How does the brain know red from maroon, green from turquoise, yellow from amber? Two main theories explain human color vision: the trichromatic theory and the opponent process theory. And you need to understand both because they address different aspects of the phenomenon. LO6. Explain how the trichromatic theory and the opponent process theory helps. LO6. Explain how the trichromatic theory and the opponent process theory help us understand color vision. The trichromatic theory, proposed in the 1800s by English physician-scientist Thomas Young and expanded upon decades later by Prussian physicist Hermann von Helmholtz. The trichromatic theory suggests that we have three types of cones. Red cones are excited by electromagnetic energy with wavelengths in the red range, about 620 to 700 nanometers. Green cones fire in response to electromagnetic energy with wavelengths in the green realm, 500 to 7. Red cones are excited by electromagnetic energy with wavelengths in the red range, about 620 to 700 nanometers. Green cones fire in response to electromagnetic energy with wavelengths in the green realm, 500 to 575 nanometers. And blue cones are activated by electromagnetic energy with wavelengths corresponding to blues, about 450 to 490 nanometers. Mullen, 1982. The primary colors of light are also red, green, and blue, and when mixed together in equal proportions, they appear as white light. Refer to the image below. Extended description for altogether, it makes white. Altogether, it makes white when red, blue, and green light wavelengths are combined in equal proportions. They produce white light. This may seem counterintuitive because most of us have learned that mixing different colored paints yields brown, not white. The rules of light mixing differ from those of paints and other pigmented substances. So, how is it that we can detect millions of colors when our cones are only sensitive to red, green, and blue? According to the trichromatic theory, the brain identifies a precise hue by calculating patterns of excitement among the three cone populations. When we look at a yellow banana, for example, both the red and green cones fire, but not the blue ones. The brain interprets this pattern of red and green activation as yellow, and because white light is actually a mixture of all the wavelengths in the visible spectrum. It excites all three cone types, creating a sensation of white in the mind's eye. Thus, the brain makes its color calculations based on the relative activity of the three cone types: color deficiency and color blindness. Color deficiency and color blindness. Loss or damage to one or more of the cone types leads to color deficiency, more commonly known as color blindness. These terms are often used interchangeably, but true color blindness is extremely rare. Most people with color deficiencies have trouble distinguishing between red and green because there is a problem with the red or green cones. Pareto, ETAL 2021. Yet, some of these individuals actually excel at certain visual tasks, such as detecting images that are camouflaged. Duran, ETAL 2019. If you can't see the number shown in the Ishara color plate below, then you may have a red-green deficiency. Wong, 2011. This condition affects about 8% of males and 0.4% of females of European ancestry. And although estimates for other groups are variable, some researchers suggest that about 4 to 7% of males of Chinese and Japanese ancestry and 6 to 7% of African American males have difficulty distinguishing red and green. Birch, 2012, Deeb, 2005. If you have or suspect you have a color deficiency, don't hesitate to get your eyes checked, and keep in mind there are steps instructors can take to make learning materials and activities more accessible to students who have trouble differentiating between colors. Pareto, ETAL 2021. See it. If you cannot make out the number 45 in this Ishara color plate, then you might have a red-green color deficiency, the most common variation of color blindness. Red-green deficiency results from a problem with the red or green cones. Ample research backs up the trichromatic theory, but there are some color-related phenomena it cannot explain. A prime example is the after-image effect. An after-image is an image that appears to linger in your visual field after its stimulus or source is gone. If you have typical vision, see for yourself in the following. Try this. Fix your eyes on the black cross in the center of the image below. After 30 seconds, shift your gaze to the blank white area to the left. What colors do you see now? Fix your eyes on the black cross in the center of the image below. After 30 seconds, shift your gaze to the blank white area to the left. What colors do you see now? white, and light blue. Opponent process theory. German physiologist Ewald Hering, 1834 through 1918, realized that the trichromatic theory could not explain the after-image effect and thus developed the opponent process theory. Of color vision. Hering proposed that in addition to the color-sensitive cones, there are special systems that respond to opponent colors, pairs of colors such as red, green, and blue, yellow, that cannot be perceived simultaneously. We don't see objects as reddish green or bluish yellow. For example, one neuron fires when we look at red, but is inactive when we see green. Meanwhile, another neuron gets excited by green, but not by red. If we spend enough time staring at the red and blue picture in the try this above, the neurons excited by these colors become exhausted and stop responding. When we shift our gaze to the white surface, white reflects all colors. Neurons that get excited by the opposite colors, green and yellow, fire. The result, we end up seeing a green and yellow after image. Research offers support for the opponent process theory, identifying particular types of neurons in a region of the thalamus, De Valois and De Valois, 1975, Jameson and Hervich, 1989. As it turns out, we need both the trichromatic and the opponent process theory to explain different aspects of color vision. Color perception occurs both in the light sensing cones in the retina and in the opponent cells serving the brain. Remember, the ability to perceive color is not based on processing at a single point along the visual pathway or even in one area of the brain. Brogard and Gatsia, 2017, Rents Eperis, ETAL, 2014, Solomon and Lenny, 2007. Across the world, colors and culture. To complicate matters further, interpretations of color may be influenced by environmental factors. For example, people in cold, rainy areas are more likely to view yellow as a joyful color than those living in the dry climates near the equator. Frederick, 2019, October 4th, Jonas Kate, ETAL, 2019. Why is this though? Researchers hypothesize that yellow is reminiscent of life-sustaining sunshine and pleasant weather, and this association should be especially strong in countries where sunny weather is a rare occurrence. Jonas Kate, ETAL, 2019, P2. Is red the color of dominance? Red is the most popular color choice for national flags. In most cases, countries use this color to symbolize concepts related to aggression, such as blood, bravery, and struggle. Zhang, ETAL, 2018, P117. Social and cultural factors may also influence how we respond to colors. Blue is the most popular, favorite color in the world, but it carries different meanings for various groups. Sanctity in the Jewish religion, warmth for the Dutch and the god Krishna for Hindus. Akay ETAL 2011, Sable and Akay 2011, Taylor ETAL 2013. How might such associations develop? If a color is repeatedly presented in a certain context, black clothes at a funeral, pink clothes on a girl, mental associations begin to take hold. Black is for grieving, pink is for girls. Some of these learned associations are shared across cultures. For example, white signifies purity, while others seem to be culture specific. Red connotes enthusiasm among Chinese speakers, but attraction among English speakers. Tham ETAL 2020. As you can now understand, vision is a highly complex sensory system. The same could be said of hearing, the subject of the next section. Are you ready to find out how the auditory system takes sound waves and translate them? Are you ready to find out how the auditory system takes sound waves and translates them into clapping thunder, chirping crickets, and trickling streams? Show what you know. 1. It's dark outside and a student is struggling to read a flyer posted outside the library. If they turn their gaze slightly to the side, they can make out the words. This ability is made possible by the A. difference threshold, B. optic disc, C. cones, D. rods. The answer is D. rods. It's dark outside and a student is struggling to read a flyer posted outside the library. If they turn their gaze slightly to the side, they can make out the words. This ability is made possible by the rods. Question number 2. Hue is determined by the blink of the light reflecting off an object. The answer is wavelength. Hue is determined by the wavelength of the light reflecting off an object. Question number 3. Explain the 2 major theories of color vision. The trichromatic theory of color vision suggests there are 3 types of cones, each sensitive to particular wavelengths in the red, green, and blue spectrums. The brain identifies a precise hue by calculating patterns of excitement among the 3 types of cones, that is, the relative activity of the 3 types. The opponent process theory of color vision suggests that in addition to the color-sensitive cones, we also have neurons that respond to opponent colors. For example, red, green, blue, yellow. This type of neuron fires in response to red but not green, for example. Both the trichromatic and opponent process theories clarify different aspects of color vision, as color perception occurs in the light-sensing cones, in the retina, and in the opponent cells serving the brain. Hearing. When fear becomes reality. When fear becomes reality. In the fall of 2006, Mandy began to pursue her lifelong dream of becoming a musician. She enrolled at Colorado State University and started working toward a degree in vocal music education. But a few weeks into the semester, the voices of her professors began to sound faint and distant. and she had trouble discerning musical pitches and tones. Within 9 months, her world had fallen silent. To describe it, really as anything other than watching myself die, I don't feel has enough weight to it. Mandy recalled in an interview with the BBC News 2017, 48 seconds. Up until then, Mandy's life had revolved around music. She spent her childhood listening to soulful songs of the 1960s and 1970s, singing in choirs, and dreaming of becoming a choir director. I wanted to be able to direct voices and create cool stories, and make people feel things, says Mandy. Now that seemed impossible. A time of mourning. I've had hearing issues my entire life, says Mandy, whose early auditory problems stemmed from deformed eustachian tubes. These tubes, which run from the middle ear to the throat, normally regulate pressure in the middle ear. Mandy's were shaped in a way that allowed extreme pressure buildup, often leading to very painful eardrum ruptures. But the problems associated with her eustachian tubes were just the beginning. My main deep hearing loss was when I was 19 years old. After about a year of pain and mourning, something miraculous happened. It was an ordinary day, and Mandy's dad asked her to jam with him on the guitar. They played for a while, and then he asked her to learn a new song, a request she found ridiculous, but she decided to humor him anyway, using a guitar tuner to teach herself the notes. Mandy spent 8 hours learning One Republic's Come Home. When she performed it for her father, she nailed every note. Eventually, Mandy tried singing at a local jazz club's open mic night. The idea of giving a solo performance was beyond nerve-wracking. Mandy describes herself as extremely introverted and shy, but she summoned the courage. I realized after losing my hearing, which was my biggest fear my entire life, what's the worst that can happen, Mandy says. I've already survived that, so I can survive this. If they don't like it, they don't like it. The next week, Mandy came back and sang more songs. The following week, she did a longer set, and soon the club was a weekly gig. Then I started having my own concerts at other venues, and then I made my first album. Mandy says, these days, fans can't get enough of Mandy Harvey. In 2017, Mandy captivated viewers with her performances on America's Got Talent. In 2018, she embarked on a national tour, and today, she continues dazzling fans around the world. Listen here. L07 summarized how sound waves are converted into the sensation of hearing. To understand how Mandy lost her sense of hearing or audition, we need to learn how the ears receive sound waves from the environment and translate them into the electrical and chemical language of neurons. And to get a handle on that process, we need to know a little something about sound waves, rhythmic vibrations of molecules that travel through air and other materials. She blew them away. Mandy performs in the 2017 finals of NBC's reality show America's Got Talent. In her first performance on the show, the crowd was already on its feet, clapping and giving deaf applause midway through the song. Even the notoriously surly judge, Simon Cowell, was beside himself. Following the performance, he walked on stage, hugged Mandy, and said, "I've done this a long time. That was one of the most amazing things I've ever seen and heard." America's Got Talent, 2017, 4 minutes and 43 seconds. Sound waves. Every sound wave begins with a vibration. That could mean a pulsating loudspeaker, a quivering guitar string, or vocal cords fluttering in your throat. When an object vibrates, it sends a pressure disturbance through the molecules of the surrounding medium, usually air, but it can also be water, metal, wood, and other materials. Imagine a very quiet environment, such as the inside of a parked car, where the air molecules are fairly evenly distributed. Now turn on the radio, and the membrane of the amplified speaker immediately bulges outward, pushing air molecules out of its way. This creates a zone where the particles are tightly packed and the pressure is high. The particles directly in front of the speaker will hit the particles right in front of them, and so on throughout the entire. The particles directly in front of the speaker will hit the particles right in front of them, and so on throughout the interior of your car. As the speaker retracts or pulls back, it gives the air particles ample room to move, creating a zone where particles are spread out and pressure is low. As the speaker rhythmically pushes back and forth, it sends cycles of high pressure waves with particles bunched up and low pressure waves with particles spread out, rippling through the air. Ludell, 1978. It's important to note that molecules are not being transmitted from the car speaker to your ears. Only the sound wave travels over that distance. Now that we have established what sound waves are, alternating zones of high and low pressure moving through the environment. Now that we have established what sound waves are, alternating zones of high and low pressure moving through the environment, let's address the immense variation in sound quality. Why are some noises loud and others soft? Some shrill like a siren and others deep like a bullfrog. The sounds we hear can be differentiated by three main qualities: loudness, pitch, and timbre. Loudness. Loudness is determined by the amplitude or height of a sound wave. A kitten purring generates low amplitude sound waves. A NASCAR engine generates high amplitude sound waves. The intensity of a sound stimulus is measured in decibels, dB, with OdB being the absolute threshold for human hearing. The intensity of a sound stimulus is measured in decibels, dB, with 0 dB being the absolute threshold for human hearing. Meanwhile, normal conversation is around 60 dB. Noises at 140 dB can be instantly detrimental to hearing. Lieberman, 2015. But you needn't stand next to a 140 dB jet engine to sustain hearing loss. Prolonged exposure to moderately loud sounds such as gas-powered lawnmowers and music at concerts or clubs can also cause damage. More on this to come. Pitch. The pitch describes how high or low a sound is. An example of a high-pitched sound is a flute at its highest notes. A low-pitched sound is a tuba at its lowest notes. Pitch is based on wave frequency. We measure frequency with a unit called the hertz, Hz, which indicates the number of wave peaks passing a given point in 1 second. If you are hearing a 200 Hz sound wave, then theoretically 200 waves enter your ear per second. A higher pitched sound has a higher wave frequency. The time between the bunched up particles and the spread out particles is less than that for a lower pitched sound. Humans with typical hearing can detect frequencies ranging from about 20 Hz to 20,000 Hz, but we tend to lose the higher frequencies as we get older. For comparison, bats have an exquisite sense of hearing and can detect sound frequencies from 2,000 Hz to 110,000 Hz, well beyond the range of human hearing. Beluga whales can sense frequencies from about 100 Hz to 120,000 Hz, and mice from 1,000 Hz to 91,000 Hz. Strain 2003. Timbre. How is it possible that two sounds with similar loudness and pitch, Mandy Harvey and Beyonce belting the same notes at the same volume, can sound so different to us? The answer to this question lies in their timbre, or sound texture. Lee and Mullen-Siefen, 2020. Most everyday sounds, people's voices, traffic noises, humming air conditioners, consist of various wave frequencies. A sound typically has one dominant. Most everyday sounds, people's voices, traffic noises, humming air conditioners, consist of various wave frequencies. A sound typically has one dominant frequency, which we perceive as pitch. Let's say Mandy sings a middle C note, which has a frequency of 282 Hz. As she hits that note, her vocal cords also produce softer accompanying frequencies, which may be higher or lower than 282 Hz. These additional frequencies and the way they fluctuate across time contribute to a sound's timbre. Patil, ETAL 2012. Timbre is the multifaceted quality that makes Mandy's voice sound different from that of Beyonce or any person singing the same note at the same volume. Lee and Mullen-Siefen, 2020. Thanks to the brain's interpretation of timbre, we can identify a person without seeing who it is. Figure 3.3 presents a visual description of timbre. Tuning fork, flute, voice. Extended description for figure 3.2. Extended description for figure 3.3, sound qualities. Figure 3.3, sound qualities. A tuning fork produces a pure tone, single frequency, while a flute and a human voice produce frequencies in addition to the dominant one. These additional frequencies and the way they fluctuate across time contribute to timbre, or sound texture. Lee and Mullen-Siefen, 2020, Patil, ETAL 2012. The ability to distinguish between different timbres varies from person to person. Lee and Mullensefen, 2020. All ears. We have outlined the basic properties of sound. Now let's find out how the ears transform sound waves into the language of the brain. As you will discover, the ears are extraordinarily efficient at what they do, transducing the physical motion of sound waves into the electrical and chemical signals of the nervous system. Infographic 3.2. From sound wave to bone movements. What happens when a sound wave reaches your ear? First, it is ushered inside by the ear's funnel-like structure. Then it sweeps down the auditory canal, a tunnel leading to a delicate membrane called the eardrum, which separates the outer ear from the middle ear. The impact of the sound wave bouncing against the eardrum sets off a chain reaction through the three tiny bones in the middle ear, the malleus hammer, incus anvil, and stapes stirrup. The chain reaction of these tiny bones moving each other amplifies the sound wave, turning it into a physical motion with great strength. The malleus pushes the incus moves the stapes, and the stapes presses on a membrane called the oval window, leading to the ear's deepest cavern, the inner ear. Lures and Huttenbrink, 2016. It is in this cavern that transduction occurs. From moving bones to moving fluid, the primary component of the inner ear is the cochlea, a snail-shaped structure filled with liquid. The entire length of the cochlea is lined with the basilar membrane, which contains about 16,000 hair cells. These hair cells are the receptor cells for sound waves that have been transformed into liquid waves. Recall that the sound waves enter your ear from the outside world, causing the eardrum to vibrate, which sets off a chain reaction in the middle ear bones. When the last bone in this chain, the stapes, pushes on the oval window, the fluid inside the cochlea vibrates, causing the hair cells to bend. Below the base of the hair cells are below the base of the hair cells are dendrites of neurons whose axons form the auditory nerve. Ludell, 1978. If a vibration is strong enough in the cochlear fluid, the bending of the hair cells causes the nearby neurons to fire. Signals from the auditory nerve pass through the various processing hubs in the brain, including the thalamus, and eventually wind up in the auditory cortex, where sounds are given meaning. Let's summarize this process. 1. Sound waves hit the eardrum. 2. The tiny bones in the middle ear begin to vibrate. 3. This causes the fluid in the cochlea to vibrate. 4. The hair cells bend in response, initiating a neural cascade that eventually leads to the sensation of sound. If any part of this pathway is compromised, hearing problems may arise. Mandy says that the profound hearing loss she experienced in college resulted from deterioration of the auditory nerve. In her case, this damage is associated with a connective tissue disorder called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome type 3. According to one study, hearing loss is not uncommon among people with Ehlers-Danlos syndrome. Weir, ETAL, 2016. Mandy suffers from a variety of other symptoms as well, including chronic pain and hypermobile joints. All of my joints pop out of socket I dislocate my shoulder and my fingers all the time, says Mandy. Your body is in a constant state of pain. You just kind of deal with it. Can hearing be recovered? For some people with hearing loss, medical technologies can help restore hearing. You are probably familiar with hearing aids, devices worn on the ears that increase the amplitude of incoming sound waves, making them louder, so the hair cells in the inner ear can better detect the vibrations. If the hair cells are no longer functioning, a hearing aid won't help. The cochlea is an extremely delicate structure. Damaged or destroyed hair cells will not regrow like blades of grass, at least in humans and other mammals. And without functional hair cells, the inner ear cannot pass along messages to the brain. Scientists are trying to develop drug treatments to regenerate hair cells, and they have produced promising results in studies of non-human mammals. McLean et al. 2017. Another way to address the problem of damaged hair cells is by using cochlear implants. These bionic ears pick up sound waves from the environment with a microphone and turn them into electrical impulses that stimulate the auditory nerve, much as the cochlea would do were it functioning. These bionic ears pick up sound waves from the environment with a microphone and turn them into electrical impulses that stimulate the auditory nerve, much as the cochlea would do were it functioning properly. Figure 3.4. These bionic ears pick up sound waves from the environment with a microphone and turn them into electrical impulses that stimulate the auditory nerve, much as the cochlea would do were it functioning properly. Figure 3.4. From there, the auditory nerve transmits electrical signals to the brain where they are heard or interpreted as human voices, hip-hop beats, and dog barks. But note that the hearing with a cochlear implant is not exactly the same as hearing with two ears. Voices have been described as sounding like Mickey Mouse or the Munchkins from the Wizard of Oz movie, Dorman et al. 2019. But over time, people can learn to understand these speech sounds. Mayo Clinic, ND. Extended description for Figure 3.4 cochlear implants. Figure 3.4 cochlear implants. Cochlear implants enable hearing by circumventing damaged parts of the inner ear. An external microphone gathers sound, which is organized by a speech processor. Internally, an implanted receiver converts this signal into electrical impulses that directly stimulate the auditory nerve. The X-ray on the bottom shows the cochlear implant's electrode array coiling into the cochlea. The X-ray on the bottom shows the cochlear implant's electrode array coiling into the cochlea, directly reaching nerve fibers leading to the auditory nerve. Infographic 3.2. Can you hear me? One, the pinna funnels sound waves into the auditory canal, focusing them toward the eardrum. 2, vibrations of the eardrum cause malleus to push incus, which moves stapes, which presses on oval window, amplifying waves. 3. Pressure on oval window causes fluid in cochlea to vibrate. 4. Vibrating fluid in cochlea bends hair cells on basilar membrane, triggering action potentials in the auditory nerve. 5. Auditory nerve carries signals to auditory cortex and brain, where sounds are given meaning. Hearing is a process in which stimuli, sound waves, are mechanically converted to vibrations that are transduced to neural messages. If one part of this complicated system is compromised, hearing loss results. Pinna, auditory canal, eardrum, malleus, incus, stapes, oval window, cochlea, outer ear, middle ear, inner ear. Oval window, the auditory cortex and brain, hair cells, basilar membrane, cochlea. Decibels and damage. The intensity of a sound stimulus is measured in decibels dB, the absolute threshold for human hearing. The softest sound a human can hear is 0 dB. Loud noises such as the 140 decibel produced by a jet engine cause immediate damage that leads to hearing loss. Chronic exposure to moderately loud noise such as traffic or music played near maximum volume through headphones can also cause damage. Carroll, ETAL 2017, Keith, ETAL 2008. Absolute threshold, whispering, rainfall, normal conversation, hairdryer, average city traffic, continual exposure may cause damage, motorcycle 25 feet away, music played at maximum volume through headphones, snowmobile, hearing becomes painful, jet engine. Extended description for infographic 3.2. Can you hear me now? How is pitch processed? We know how sound waves are transformed into auditory sensations, but there are many types of sounds. How does the brain know the difference between the yap of a chihuahua and the deep bark of a Rottweiler, or the whine of a dentist's drill and the hum of a fan? In other words, how do we distinguish between sound waves of high and low frequencies? There are two complementary theories that explain how the brain processes pitch. LO8 illustrates how we sense different pitches of sound. Place theory. According to place theory, the location of neural activity along the cochlea allows us to sense the different pitches of high-frequency sounds. Hair cells toward the oval window end of the basilar membrane vibrate more when exposed to higher frequency sounds, while those toward the opposite end of the basilar membrane vibrate more in response to lower frequency sounds. The brain determines the pitch by judging where along the basilar membrane neural signals originate. Place theory works well for explaining higher pitch sounds, 4,000 to 20,000 Hz, but not so well for lower pitch sounds, specifically those with frequencies below 4,000. This is because lower frequency sounds produce vibrations that are more dispersed along the basilar membrane with less precise locations of movement. Frequency theory. To understand how humans perceive lower pitches, we can use the frequency theory, which suggests it is not where along the cochlea hair cells are vibrating, but how frequently they are firing, the number of neural impulses per second. The entire basilar membrane vibrates at the same frequency as a sound wave, also causing the hair cells to be activated at that frequency. The nearby neurons fire at the same rate as the vibrations, sending signals to the auditory nerve at this rate. If the sound wave has a frequency of 200 Hz, then the basilar membrane vibrates at 200 Hz, and the neurons in the auditory nerve fire at this rate as well. Neurons, however, can only fire so fast, the maximum rate being about 100. Neurons, however, can only fire so fast, the maximum rate being about 1,000 times per second. How does the frequency theory explain how we hear sounds higher than 1,000 Hz? According to the Volley principle, neurons can work together so that their combined firing exceeds 1,000 times per second. Imagine a hockey team practicing for a tournament. The coach challenges the players to fire shots on the goal at the fastest rate possible. The team members get together and decide to work in small groups, alternating shots on the goal. The first group skates and shoots, and as they skate away and return to the back of the line, the next group takes their shots. Each time a group is finished shooting on the goal, the next group is ready to shoot. Groups of neurons work in a similar way, firing together in volleys. As one group finishes firing and is recovering, the next group fires. The frequency of the combined firing of all neuron groups results in our perception of pitch. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we describe how neurons must return to resting potential following an action potential. During this process, they cannot fire, that is, they are recovering. Without the ability to volley, the range of human hearing would be greatly reduced. We have now examined what occurs in a hearing system working at an optimal level, but many of us have auditory functioning that is far from perfect. I can't hear you. In the United States, nearly half of people over age 65 and a quarter of those between 55 and 64 have hearing difficulties. Williams, 2018. At the onset of hearing loss, high frequencies become hard to hear, making it difficult to differentiate between consonant sounds such as S and TH. Johns Hopkins Medicine, ND. Everyone experiences some degree of hearing loss as they age, primarily resulting from normal wear and tear of the delicate hair cells. Damage to the hair cells or the auditory nerve leads to sensorial damage to the hair cells or the auditory nerve leads to sensorineural deafness. Damage to the hair cells or the auditory nerve leads to sensorineural deafness. In contrast, conduction hearing impairment results from damage to the eardrum or the middle ear bones that transmit sound waves to the cochlea. Older adults are not the only ones who ought to be concerned about hearing loss. One large study found that 15 to 20% of U.S. teenagers experience some degree of hearing impairment. Barrett and White, 2017. Worldwide, some 1.1 billion young people are vulnerable to hearing damage caused by noise in recreational settings. World Health Organization, WHO, 2018, Para 5. Keep in mind and remind your friends that hearing loss often occurs gradually and goes unnoticed for some time. But the damage is permanent and its impact on communication and relationships can be life-changing. Portnoy, 2016. Not too loud. Long-term exposure to loud music can cause auditory damage, and not just in adults. A study of over 3,000 Dutch children ages 9 through 11 found that 14.2% had already experienced hearing loss. There was a correlation between high-frequency hearing loss and use of devices such as smartphones and tablets, which are often used with headphones. Clerk, ETAL 2018. Show what you know. 1. The pitch of a sound is based on the blank of its waves. A. Frequency. B. Timbre. C. Amplitude. D. Purity. The answer is A. Frequency. The pitch of a sound is based on the frequency of its waves. Question number 2. Question number 2. A researcher studying the location of neural activity in the cochlea finds that hair cells nearest the oval window vibrate more to high-frequency sounds. This supports the blank theory of pitch perception. Place. A researcher studying the location of neural activity in the cochlea finds that hair cells nearest the oval window vibrate more to high-frequency sounds. This supports the place theory of pitch perception. Question number 3. When a sound wave hits the eardrum, it causes vibrations in the bones of the middle ear, making the fluid of the cochlea vibrate. Hair cells on the basilar membrane bend in response to the motion, causing nerve cells to fire. This process is known as A. the Volley principle, B. transduction, C. the frequency theory, D. audition. The answer is B. transduction. When a sound wave hits the eardrum, it causes vibrations in the bones of the middle ear, making the fluid in the cochlea vibrate. Hair cells on the basilar membrane bend in response to the motion, causing nerve cells to fire. This process is known as transduction. Smell, taste, touch. When Mandy lost her hearing, she began to rely more on her other senses to gather information from the environment. I think everything else heightened a bit. Mandy explains, I definitely taste things stronger and smell things stronger, but I've been purposely paying more attention. Mandy's enhanced smell and taste are likely the result of changes in her brain. After losing one sensory system, the brain reorganizes itself to adapt. Richard and Schopf, 2018. If one sense is lost, the areas of the brain normally devoted to handling that sensory information do not go unused. They get rewired and put to work processing other senses. Bates, 2012. Bada, Connections. In the Biology and Behavior chapter, we introduce the concept of neuroplasticity, the ability of the brain to heal, grow new connections, and make do with what's available. Here we suggest that Mandy's increased use of other senses is made possible by the plasticity of her nervous system. Smell, nosing around. LO9 described the process of olfaction. Many people take olfaction, the sense of smell, for granted, but such individuals might think twice if they actually understood how losing olfaction would affect their lives. People with the rare condition of anosmia are unable to perceive odors. They cannot smell smoke in a burning building or a gas leak from a stove. They cannot tell whether the fish they are about to eat is spoiled, nor can they savor the complex palates of pesto, curry, chocolate, coffee, or prime rib, because without smell, food doesn't taste as good. Chemical sense, olfaction, and taste are called chemical senses because they involve sensing chemicals in the environment. For olfaction, those chemicals are odor molecules dispersed through the air. For taste, they are flavor molecules surfing on waves of saliva. Odor molecules, which are emitted by a variety of sources, for example, spices, fruits, flowers, bacteria, and skin, make their way into the nose by hitchhiking on currents of air flowing into the nostrils or through the mouth. About 3 inches into the nostrils is a patch of tissue called the olfactory epithelium, around the size of a typical postage stamp. The olfactory epithelium is home to millions of olfactory receptor neurons that provide tiny docking sites or receptors for odor molecules, much as a lock acts as a docking site for a key. Figure 3.5. When enough odor molecules attach to an olfactory receptor neuron, it fires, causing an action potential. This is how transduction occurs in the chemical sense of olfaction. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we discuss the properties that allow neurons to communicate. When enough sending neurons signal a receiving neuron to pass along its message, the neuron fires. Similarly, if enough odor molecules bind to an olfactory receptor neuron, an action potential occurs. Olfactory nerve, olfactory bulb, odor molecules, olfactory bulb, glomerulus, glomerule, communicate information from olfactory neurons to higher brain centers. Olfactory receptor neurons, olfactory epithelium, odor molecules bind to receptor sites. Extended description for Figure 3.5, olfaction. Figure 3.5, olfaction. When enough odor molecules attach to an olfactory receptor neuron, it fires, sending a message to the olfactory bulb in the brain. From there, the signal is sent to higher brain centers. What's up with that smell? Olfactory receptor neurons project into a part of the brain called the olfactory bulb, where they converge in clusters called glomeruli. Figure 3.5. From there, signals are passed along to higher brain centers, including the hippocampus, amygdala, and olfactory cortex. Firestein, 2001. Subert, et al., 2013. The other sensory systems relay information through the thalamus before it goes to higher brain centers, but the wiring of the olfactory system is unique. Olfaction is on a fast track to structures in the limbic system, where emotions like fear and anger are processed. Watanabe, et al., 2018. This may be the reason that odor-induced memories are more emotional and associated with stronger feelings of being brought back in time. Larson and Willander, 2009, page 3:18. Can you think of any smells that transport you to a long time ago? The hot lunch smell of your elementary school cafeteria, or perhaps the musty scent of a closet where you once played hide and seek. Some researchers estimate that humans can distinguish some researchers estimate that humans can distinguish over 1 trillion smells, while others take issue with the methods used to calculate this number. Bushdid, ETAL 2014, Gherkin, and Castro 2015. What we do know is that humans have about 400 different types of odor receptors. Trimmer, ETAL 2019. Each receptor type recognizes several odors, and each odor activates several receptors. A given scent creates a telltale pattern of neural activity that the brain recognizes as lemon, garlic, or smelly feet. Firestein 2001. Remember that these odor receptors are found on olfactory neurons, which coverage in glomeruli in the brain. Remember that these odor receptors are found on olfactory neurons, which converge in glomeruli in the brain. Which glomeruli are activated, and the odor in which they are activated play an important role in identifying a smell. Chong, ETAL 2020, Stetka 2020. Not surprisingly, we are much better at picking up on faint human odor footprints, the unique sense of people, than smells coming from inanimate objects. Passaglia 2015. Why does COVID-19 impair smell? A woman receives an olfactory test as part of a COVID monitoring program in La Plata, Argentina. During the pandemic, many who developed COVID reported loss of smell and taste, with studies showing olfactory dysfunction in nearly half of all cases. Even a year after infection, about 7% of people had not regained their sense of smell. Karamali, ETAL 2022. Evidence suggests the virus may cause an immune response that triggers genetic changes in olfactory neurons. Craig, 2022. Zezitska, ETAL 2022. The power of smell. Scents have a powerful influence on behaviors and mental processes. Minutes after birth, a baby uses the scent of their mother's breast to guide them toward the nipple, and they quickly learn to discriminate mom's milk from someone else's. Within 2 days, they can recognize the odors of their mother's auxiliary areas, armpits. Mackin and Porter, 1989. Marin, ETAL 2015. Porter and Winberg, 1999. For adults, scents can trigger emotions, both positive and negative, and measurable physiological reactions. McGann, 2017. Odors of burning and vomit bring about disgust. Glass, ETAL 2015. While the scent of rose oil seems to dampen the body's stress response, perhaps by interfering with activity in the hypothalamic pituitary adrenal HPA system. Stress and Health chapter. Fukada, ETAL 2020. Fukada, ETAL 2012. The relationship between olfaction and sexual behavior has long intrigued researchers, and evidence suggests that scent plays an important role in romantic attraction. Gangestad and Hasselton, 2015. Grisk, Ivicius, ETAL 2015. Passaglia 2015. Unpleasant body odors can be a turnoff, while clean smells, artificial, and fragrances. Unpleasant body odors can be a turnoff, while clean smells, artificial fragrances from soap and toothpaste, for example, are generally considered more agreeable. Karandashev, ETAL 2020. These smells usually capture our attention, but do we also detect and respond to scents without realizing it? Some researchers suspect that humans, like animals, communicate via odor molecules called pheromones. Tan and Goldman 2015, Wyatt 2015. Didn't see that coming? Their armpits smelled enticing. Animals of all different kinds use pheromones to influence members of the same species. Male house mice, especially those that are socially dominant, release pheromones that attract sexually receptive females. THOBETAL 2019. And female elephants invite males to mate through pheromone secretions in their urine. Tirandelli, ETAL 2009. Love smells. A small study found that heterosexual females prefer the body odors of their romantic partners over that of strangers. It is not yet clear whether these preferences have something to do with mate selection, being attracted to those who smell good, or simply liking smells that have become familiar. Mahmoud, ETAL 2019. It is possible that humans respond to pheromones too. Early studies found that females living in close quarters, such as college dormitories, became synchronized in their menstrual cycles. McClintock, 1971. Perhaps because they were exchanging signals via pheromones released in their armpit sweat. Stern and McClintock, 1998. More recently, researchers found that smelling female armpit and genital secretions affects levels of the male sex hormone testosterone. Serta, Molina, ETAL 2013. Miller and Maynor, 2010. In one study, males sniffed t-shirts recently worn by females in different phases of their menstrual cycles. The males who smelled shirts of females in their most fertile phase. The males who smelled shirts of females in their most fertile phase around the time of ovulation experienced higher levels of testosterone than those who sniffed shirts worn by females in their non-fertile phase, or shirts that had been worn by no one. What's more, they preferred the odors of ovulating females. Miller and Maynor, 2010. A more recent study found that males are more attracted to the armpit odors of sexually aroused females. Wisman and Schreier, 2020. These results suggest that something in the female's armpit secretions, perhaps a pheromone, may trigger hormonal changes in males and make them more inclined to pursue sexual relationships with females whose bodies are primed for reproduction. Such findings have sparked great excitement in the media and popular culture. Perhaps you have heard of pheromone parties, where people try to find the perfect mates by smelling their sweaty t-shirts. Yet, research on chemicals suspected of acting as pheromones, namely androstenedione and estradiol, suggest they do not influence people's perceptions of potential sexual partners. Hari ETAL 2017. To complicate matters, experts do not always agree which chemicals are the best human pheromone candidates and how these substances should be investigated. Liberals 2015, Wyatt 2015. For now, the question of whether humans communicate through pheromones remains unsettled. Kupferschmidt 2019, Penici 2020. Taste, just eat it. Eating is more of an olfactory experience than many people realize. Just think back to the last time your nose was clogged from a really bad cold. How did your meals taste? When you chew odors from food float up into your nose. When you chew, odors from food float up into your nose, creating a flavor that you perceive as taste when it's actually smell. If this mouth-nose connection is blocked, there is no difference between apples and onions, Sprite and Coke, or wine and cooled coffee. Hers 2007. Don't believe us? Then do the try this experiment. Try this. Tie on a blindfold, squeeze your nostrils, and ask a friend to hand you a wedge of apple and a wedge of onion, both on toothpicks so that you can't feel their texture. Now, bite into both. Without your nose of smell, you probably can't tell the difference. Rosenblum, 2010. LO10 discuss the structures involved in taste and describe how they work. Tasty chemicals. If the nose is so crucial for flavor appreciation, then what role does the mouth play? Receptors in the mouth are sensitive to 5 basic but very important tastes: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami. You've probably heard of all these tastes, except perhaps umami, which is a savory taste found in seaweed, aged cheeses, protein-rich foods, mushrooms, and monosodium glutamate, MSG. Andu, 2020, Gaylord, and Kinnaman, 2019. We call the ability to detect these stimuli our sense of taste or gustation. A sixth taste. Scientists have long suspected there was a sixth taste in addition to the 5 already identified: sweet, salty, sour, bitter, and umami. Now strong evidence is available that this sixth taste exists. Gaylord and Kinnaman, 2019. Researchers call it oleogustus, or the unique taste of fat. Running ETAL 2015, page 507. Your tongue may feel smooth as silk, but did you know it is covered in hundreds of little bumps? These bumps are called papillae, and together they house 2,000 to 4,000 taste buds. PubMed Health 2016. Jutting from each of these buds are 50 to 100 taste receptor cells where food molecules bind, similar to the lock and key mechanism of an odor molecule binding to a receptor in the nose. These taste receptor cells are found in taste buds in the tongue's papillae, the roof of the mouth, and the lining of the cheeks. Figure 3.6. Surface of tongue magnified, cross section of papilla, taste bud, Neurons carry signal to thalamus, taste receptor cells, receptor sites. Extended description for Figure 3.6 tasting. Figure 3.6 tasting, within the tongue's papillae are taste buds containing receptor cells. When stimulated by chemicals from food and drink, these receptor cells communicate signals to the brain, leading to the sensation of taste. As you bite into a juicy orange and begin to chew, chemicals from the orange, sour acid and sweet sugar, are released into your saliva, where they dissolve and bathe the taste buds throughout your mouth. These chemicals find their way to matching receptors and latch on, sparking action potentials in sensory neurons. Another example of transduction. Signals are sent through sensory neurons to the thalamus and then onto higher brain centers for processing. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we explain that sensory neurons receive information from the sensory systems and send it to the brain. With gustation, the sensory neurons send information about taste. Once processed in the brain, information is sent back through motor neurons, signaling you to take another bite. Receptors for taste are constantly being replenished, but their lifespan is only about 8 to 12 days. Feng et al. 2013. If they didn't regenerate, you would be in trouble every time you burned your tongue sipping hot coffee or soup. Even so, by age 20, you have already lost half of the taste receptors you had at birth. And as the years go by, their turnover rate gets slower and slower, making it harder to appreciate the basic taste sensations, although not necessarily reducing eating pleasure or appetite. Arganini and Sinicio, 2015. Fang et al. 2013. Kaneda et al. 2000. Drinking alcohol and smoking worsen the problem by impairing the ability of receptors to receive taste molecules. COVID-19 is yet another cause of taste dysfunction, affecting 1 in 4 people who test positive. The exact mechanism is unknown, but researchers suspect that the virus directly targets taste cells. Hannum et al. 2022, Para 29. Losing taste is unfortunate. Losing taste is unfortunate, and it may take away from life's simple Losing taste is unfortunate, and it may take away from life's simple pleasures, but it's probably not going to kill you, at least not if you are a modern human. We can't be so sure about your primitive ancestors. We can't be so sure about our primitive ancestors. Where did you get that taste? The ability to taste has been essential to the survival of our species. Tastes push us toward foods we need and away from those that could harm us. We gravitate toward sweet, calorie-rich foods for their life-sustaining energy. An adaptive trait, if you are a primitive human, for aging in trees and bushes. Not so adaptive if you are a modern human searching for something to eat in a vending machine. We are also drawn to salty foods, which tend to contain valuable minerals, and to umami, which signals the presence of proteins essential for cellular health and growth. Bitter and sour tastes we tend to avoid. On the other hand, this also gives us an evolutionary edge because poisonous plants or rancid foods are often bitter or sour. Our absolute threshold for bitter is lower than the threshold for sweet. Can you understand how this is advantageous? Some people known as super tasters are extremely sensitive to bitterness and other tastes and thus can be characterized as picky eaters. Hayes and Keast 2011, Rupp 2014. Every person experiences taste in a unique way. You like cilantro, your friend thinks it tastes like bath soap. Taste preferences may begin developing before birth, as flavors consumed by a pregnant person pass into amniotic fluid and are swallowed by the fetus. For example, babies who were exposed to carrot or garlic flavors in the womb through their mother's consumption of carrot juice or garlic pills seem more tolerant of those flavors in their food and breast milk. Manila ETAL 2001, Underwood 2014. As children mature, their eating choices are shaped by both genetic predispositions and environmental factors. De Jesus ETAL 2019, Raglian and Chronoj 2020, Rubino ETAL 2019. One of those environmental factors is the people in their lives. Peers tend to have a negative impact, acting as facilitators towards eating more snacks and junk foods, but more research is needed in this area. Ragaline and Grunage 2020, page 15. Food preferences can also be influenced by families and culture. Danielle's 2019. We have made some major headway in this chapter, examining 4 of the sensory systems: vision, hearing, smell, and taste. Now it is time to get a feel for a 5th sense: touch. Touch, can you feel it? If you sat down with Mandy at a jazz club, coffee house, or anywhere that has music playing in the background, you might be surprised to discover that she bobs her head and taps her fingers. How does she move in time with music she can't hear? Mandy is constantly aware of vibrations. She feels them in the floor, table, whatever she may be touching. This ability is essential when it comes to staying in sync with fellow musicians. I perform with my shoes off, so I can feel the drum through the floor. Mandy explains, you designate different parts of your body to paying attention to different things, to feel the instruments in specific parts of her body. Mandy relies on touch receptors, many of which dwell in the skin. Good vibrations. Mandy stands on the stage barefoot so she can feel the rhythm of the other instruments coming through the floor. She also uses her sense of touch to gauge how loud she is singing, placing her foot on a monitor that produces vibrations in response to her voice. I can put my foot on it and feel that I'm making a rumble, and then I can judge based off of how loud that rumble is, how loud I'm singing, Mandy explains. Take a moment to appreciate your vast epidermis, the skin's outermost layer. Weighing around 6 pounds on the average adult, the skin is the body's biggest organ and the barrier that protects our insides from cruel elements of the environment, bacteria, viruses, and physical objects, and distinguishes us from others, fingerprints, birthmarks. It also shields us from the cold, sweats to cool us down, and makes vitamin D. Bickel, 2004, Grigalovicus, ETAL 2015. And perhaps most importantly, skin is a data collector. Every moment of the day, receptors in your skin gather information about the environment. Among them are thermoreceptors that sense hot or cold, Pacinian corpuscles that detect vibrations, and Meissner's corpuscles sensitive to the slightest touch, like a snowflake landing on your nose. Bandel, ETAL 2007, Zimmerman, ETAL 2014, Figure 3.7. Thermoreceptors sense hot or cold. Meissner's corpuscles sense touch. Hair follicle receptors detecting fluttering and pressure. Pacinian corpuscles detect vibrations. Extended description for Figure 3.7, touch. Figure 3.7, touch. The sensation of touch begins with our skin, which houses a variety of receptors, excluding the sensation of touch begins with our skin, which houses a variety of receptors, including those shown here. Pain, it hurts. Not all touch sensations are as pleasant as the tickle of a snowflake. Touch receptors can also communicate signals that are interpreted as pain. Nociceptive pain is caused by heat, cold, chemicals, and pressure. Nociceptors that respond to these stimuli are primarily housed in the skin, but they also may be found in muscles and internal organs. In very rare cases, about 1 in 125 million, a baby is born without the ability to feel pain. Children with this type of genetic disorder face a greater risk of serious injury. Moraes, ETAL 2022. When scrapes and cuts are not felt, they may not receive the necessary protection and treatment. The ouch that results from the stub of a toe or the prick of a needle tells us to stop what we are doing and tend to our wounds. Let's find out how this protective mechanism works. 2 pathways for pain. Thanks to the elaborate system of nerves running up and down our bodies, we are able to experience unpleasant yet very necessary sensations of pain. Fast nerve fibers made up of large myelinated neurons are responsible for quickly conveying information about pain in the skin and muscles, generally experienced as a stinging feeling in a specific location. If you stub your toe, your fast nerve fibers enable you to sense a painful sting where the impact occurred. Slow nerve fibers made up of small, unmyelinated neurons are responsible for conveying information about dull, aching pain that is not necessarily concentrated in a specific region. The diffuse pain that follows the initial sting of the stubbed toe results from activity in these slow nerve fibers. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we explain how a myelin sheath insulates the axon and speeds the transmission of neural messages. The myelin covering the fast nerve fibers allows them to convey pain information more rapidly than the slow, unmyelinated nerve fibers. The axons of the fast and slow nerve fibers band into nerves on their way to the spinal cord and brain. Figure 3.8. The fast nerve pathway alerts the brain's reticular formation that something important has happened. The sensory information then goes to the thalamus and on to the somatosensory cortex, where it is processed further, for example, indicating where it hurts most. The slow nerve pathway starts out in the same direction, with processing occurring in the brainstem, hypothalamus, thalamus, and limbic system. Slow nerve fibers convey information to the hypothalamus, thalamus, and amygdala, amygdala, hypothalamus, thalamus, somatosensory cortex, limbic system, reticular formation. Fast nerve fibers convey information to the reticular formation, arousal, thalamus, and somatosensory cortex. Spinal cord section. Extended description for figure 3.8, fast and slow pathways. Figure 3.8 and slow pain pathways. When you stub your toe, two kinds of pain messages can be communicated to your brain. Your first perception of pain may be a sharp, clear feeling where the impact occurred. The message quickly travels through your spinal cord to your brain, signaling arousal and alerting you to react. Slow nerve fibers also travel through your spinal cord to carry messages about the pain that lingers after the initial injury, often generating an emotional response. LO11. Explain how the biopsychosocial perspective helps us understand pain. It's complicated. Understanding the mechanisms of pain at the neural level is important, but biology alone cannot explain how we perceive pain and why people experience it so differently. How can the same flu shot cause intense pain in one person but mere discomfort in another? As with most complex topics in psychology, pain is best understood using a multi-level approach, such as the biopsychosocial perspective. Chronic pain, for example, can be explained by biological factors, the neurological pathways involved, psychological factors, distress, thoughts, and social factors, social support or lack thereof. Sutherland, 2017. Prior experiences, environmental factors, and cultural expectations all influence how pain is processed. Gatchel, ETAL 2013, Gatchel, and Madry 2004. Even within the same individual, pain sensitivity can ebb and flow, and this is partly due to psychological factors. Gatchel, ETAL 2013, Rethorn, ETAL 2020. Negative feelings such as fear and anxiety can amplify pain, whereas laughter and distraction may soften it by redirecting attention. Connections. In the biology and behavior chapter, we discuss the reflex arc, which occurs when we automatically respond to pain stimuli before becoming conscious of them. Here we describe pain that has entered our conscious awareness. To understand how psychological and social factors influence the experience of pain, we turn to the gate control theory. Open the gates. No, close the gates. According to the gate control theory, a collection of gates is involved in shuttling information about pain between the brain and the rest of the body. The opening and closing of these gates depend on an interaction of biopsychosocial factors. Melzack and Wall, 1965. Returning to your stubbed toe, recall that pain signals from the injury area travel up your spine cord. Returning to your stubbed toe, recall that pain signals from the injury area travel up your spinal cord and to your brain. After receiving and interpreting the pain information, the brain sends a signal back down through the spinal cord, instructing the gates. After receiving and interpreting the pain information, the brain sends a signal back down through the spinal cord, instructing the gates and the neurological pain pathways to open or close. Depending on psychological and social factors, the gates may open to increase the experience of pain or close to decrease it. In situations where it's important to keep going in spite of an injury, athletes in competitions, soldiers in danger, the gates might be instructed to close. But when feeling intense pain has value during an illness, when your body needs to rest, the gates may be instructed to remain open. Signals to shut the gates do not always come from the brain. They can also come from the body. Melzack, 1993-2008. Babies feel it too. Until the 1980s, doctors thought newborns were incapable of feeling pain, and these tiny babies were given no pain-killing drugs for unpleasant procedures such as circumcision and needle pricks. Bellany, et.al., 2013. Eccleston, et.al., 2020. With the help of functional magnetic resonance imaging, MRI, fMRI, researchers have demonstrated that the brain activity associated with pain is extremely similar. For instance, with the help of functional magnetic resonance imaging, fMRI, researchers have demonstrated that the brain activity associated with pain is extremely similar for infants and adults, suggesting babies do indeed suffer just like other people. Goxon, et.al., 2015. Phantom limb pain. Pain is a complex psychological phenomenon dependent on many factors beyond the initial stimulus, so complex that a stimulus may not even be necessary. Sometimes, people who have had an arm or leg amputated experience intense pain in the limb they have lost. Phantom limb pain occurs in 50% to 80% of people who have had limbs amputated. They may experience burning, tingling, intense pain, cramping, and other sensations that seem to come from the missing limb. Collins, et.al., 2018. Ramchandran and Hauser, 2010. Researchers are still trying to determine what causes phantom limb pain, but they have proposed a variety of plausible mechanisms, ranging from changes in the structure of neurons to reorganizing. Researchers are still trying to determine what causes phantom limb pain, but they have proposed a variety of plausible mechanisms ranging from changes in the structure of neurons to reorganization of the brain in response to sensations felt in different locations in the body. Floor, ETAL 2006, Macon, ETAL 2015. Chronic pain. Another pain phenomenon that continues to baffle researchers is the chronic variety. About 20% of adults in the United States report that they suffer from chronic pain or pain on most days or every day in the past 6 months. Dahlhammer, ETAL 2018, page 1002. As you might imagine, chronic pain can have a significant impact on relationships. In the words of one anonymous source, it makes you feel like a turtle pulling into its shell. Dealing with pain can sap your energy and make you less inclined to reach out to friends and relatives. The experience may worsen if those loved ones are not empathetic. Feeling like one's family members are demanding or criticizing is associated with greater depression and anxiety, which is in turn associated with worse global health and pain interference. Signs and Woods, 2020, page 46. Families are more likely to be supportive when people with chronic pain make an effort to help others. For example, through caregiving, teaching, mentoring, and volunteering. Nagayan, ETAL 2021, page 256. Perhaps the best outcomes are possible when the battle against chronic pain is a collective effort. Your Body in Space, LO 12, illustrate how we sense the position and movement of our bodies. You may have thought touch was the fifth and final sense, but there is more sensation and perception than the traditional 5 categories. Closely related to touch is the sense of kinesthesia, which provides feedback about body position and movement. Kinesthesia endows us with the coordination we need to walk gracefully, perform the latest dance on TikTok, and put on our clothes without looking in the mirror. This knowledge of body location and orientation is made possible by specialized nerve endings called proprioceptors. Proprioceptors, which are primarily located in the muscles and joints. Proprioceptors monitor changes in the position of body parts and the tension in muscles. When proprioception is impaired, our ability to perform physical tasks like holding a book or opening a door is compromised. When proprioception is impaired, our ability to perform physical tasks like holding a book or opening a door is compromised. How is it possible? Without a sense of kinesthesia, these performers from the Alvin Ailey American Dance Theater could not have performed this stunning pose. Kinesthesia enables us to know our body position and movement. The vestibular sense helps the body maintain balance as it deals with the effects of gravity, movement, and position. Astronauts often become nauseated during their first days in space because their vestibular systems are confused. The vestibular system is comprised of fluid-filled organs in the inner ear, the semicircular canals, and the nearby vestibular sacs. When the head tilts, fluid moves the hair-like receptors in these structures, causing neurons to fire transduction once again, initiating a signal that travels to the cerebellum. According to sensory conflict theory, motion sickness, which many people experience on boats and roller coasters, results when signals from the vestibular system conflict with those coming from the visual system. Lackner, 2014, Newage, ETAL 2017. Put your heads together. Take a moment to appreciate the sensory systems that allow you to know and adapt to the surrounding world. In your group, discuss A, how you would function without vision, hearing, smell, taste, and touch, and B, what steps you can take to preserve them. Table 3.1. Table 3.1, protecting your senses. Sense, simple steps to guard against damage. Sense, vision. Don't smoke. Wear sunglasses and a hat in the sun. Both smoking and sun exposure heighten your risk. Don't smoke. Wear sunglasses and a hat in the sun. Both smoking and sun exposure heighten your risk of developing cataracts and other eye diseases. Put on protective eye gear when doing work or playing sports that could endanger your eyes. Mowing the lawn or playing baseball, for example. 90% of eye injuries can be avoided by wearing the right eye gear. Boyd, 2020. Turbert, 2019-2020. Hearing. Listen to media players at or below half volume. Wear earplugs or earmuffs when using leaf blowers, power tools, and other loud devices. American Speech Language Hearing Association, ND. If the sound level seems too high at your workplace, talk to your employer. You are legally entitled to a working environment that is safe for our ears. Occupational Safety and Health Administration, ND. Smell. Two of the leading causes of olfactory loss are head trauma and upper respiratory tract infections, like the common cold. Holbrook and Leopold, 2020. Keller and Malaspina, 2013. Avoid head injuries by buckling your seatbelt, wearing a bike helmet, and using protective headgear for contact sports. Minimize your exposure to respiratory viruses with regular hand washing and mask wearing. Taste. Don't smoke. Nicotine may change the structure and function of your tongue's papillae, which could explain why most smokers have decreased sensitivity to taste. Pavlos, ETAL 2009. Smoking also impairs olfaction. Holbrook and Leopold, 2020. And therefore dampens the appreciation of flavors. Touch. Touch receptors are located in the skin and throughout the body. So protecting your sense of touch means taking good care of your body in general. Spinal cord or brain injuries can lead to widespread loss of sensation. So take common sense precautions like buckling your seatbelt and wearing protective headgear for biking, football, construction work, and so on. Here are just a few tips for protecting your senses. These measures should be considered in addition to regular medical checkups such as annual eye exams and physicals. Show what you know. 1. The chemical sense called blank provides the sensation of smell. The answer is olfaction. The chemical sense called olfaction provides the sensation of smell. Question number 2. Chemical foods. Question number 2. Chemicals from food are released in saliva, where they dissolve and bathe the taste buds. The chemicals find matching receptors and latch on, sparking action potentials. This is an example of transduction. Chemical foods from food are released in saliva, where they dissolve and bathe the taste buds. The chemicals find matching receptors and latch on, sparking action potentials. This is an example of transduction. Question number 3. List 5 things you are currently doing that involve the sense of kinesthesia. Answers will vary, but may include examples such as typing on your keyboard, holding your head upright, sitting upright in your chair, and moving your hand to scratch your head. Question number 4. Maya notices that her severe back pain seems to diminish when she laughs and enjoys the company of friends. This observation is consistent with blank, which suggests a variety of biopsychosocial factors. This observation, Maya notices that her severe back pain seems to diminish when she laughs and enjoys the company of friends. This observation is consistent with blank, which suggests a variety of biopsychosocial factors can interact to amplify or diminish pain perception. Which suggests a variety of biopsychosocial factors can interact to amplify or diminish pain perception. A, the theory of evolution. B, an absolute threshold. C, the gate control theory. D, proprioception. The answer is C, the gate control theory. Maya notices that her severe back pain seems to diminish when she laughs and enjoys the company of friends. This observation is consistent with the gate control theory, which suggests a variety of biopsychosocial factors can interact to amplify or diminish pain perception. Perception. Is it all in your head? We have learned how the sensory systems absorb information and transform it into the electrical and chemical language of neurons. Now let's examine perception, which draws from experience to organize and interpret sensory information, turning it into something meaningful. Before moving forward, let's establish one fundamental principle. Perceptions are rife with bias and often inaccuracies. If you don't believe us, consider the following experiment. Researchers asked a group of people, about half of whom were wine experts, to describe the odor and flavor of different wine types. The participants were given 3 different glasses containing the following: a white wine, a rose, and a fake rose. The white wine dyed pink when it became time to evaluate the aromas and flavors of the wines. The participants, particularly the wine experts, used red fruit adjectives, most notably strawberry, to describe both the real rose and the fake rose. Remember, the fake rose was actually a white wine colored pink, and the amount of dye used had no perceptible effect on the odor or taste. Spence 2020, Wang and Spence 2019. Apparently, the wine experts had been tricked by their eyes. When they looked at the fake rose wine, they believed they were seeing a real rose, so they perceived rose aromas and flavors. Perception is essential to our functioning, but as the wine tasting example illustrates, it is sometimes misleading. Perception deception. One of the best ways to reveal distortions in perceptual processes is by studying illusions. An illusion is a perception that is incongruent with actual sensory data, conveying an inaccurate representation of reality. Infographic 3.3. When perception is working incorrectly, we can examine top-down processing, which draws on past experience to make sense of incoming information. Carbon 2014. Illusions help us understand how top-down processing works. Brogard and Getsia 2017. Let's examine one. Extended description for Figure 3.9, the Muller-Lyer illusion. Figure 3.9, the Muller-Lyer illusion. Which line looks longer? All are, in fact, the same length. Visual depth cues cause you to perceive that B and D are longer because they appear farther away. Look at the Muller-Lyer illusion in Figure 3.9. Lines B and D appear to be longer, but in fact all four lines, A through D, are equal in length. Why does this illusion occur? Our experience looking at buildings tells us that the corner presented in line C is nearer because it is jutting towards us. The corner presented in line D seems to be farther away because it is jutting away. Two objects of the same size but different distances from the eye will not project identical images on the retina. The farther object will project a smaller image. Through experience, the brain comes to expect this disparity. People living in carpentered worlds, that is, surrounded by structures constructed with corners, angles, and straight lines, as opposed to living in more traditional settings, are more likely to be tricked by this illusion because of their experience seeing manufactured structures. People in more traditional settings without all the hard edges and straight lines are less likely to fall prey to such an illusion. Masuda, ETAL 2020. Segal, ETAL 1968. However, other research suggests that the processing mechanisms involved in illusions may be hardwired. Gandhi, ETAL 2015. In what started as a humanitarian effort to help Indian children who were blind, neuroscientist Pawan Saina and colleagues found that illusions were perceived by children and adolescents immediately following surgery to restore their sight. Chatterjee, 2015. This suggests that their vulnerability to illusions was not dependent on their environments. Infographic 3.3, Perceptual Illusions. Infographic 3.3, Perceptual Illusions. Moon illusion. Have you ever noticed that the moon can appear much larger when it's on the horizon versus high in the sky? Don't let perceptual errors trump logic. You know the moon does not change size. Researchers have yet to agree upon a definitive explanation for this illusion, but many suspect it has something to do with the surrounding environment. Widener, ETAL 2014. Seeing the moon along with trees and other objects at different distances may influence our perception of the moon's size. What we see, hear, taste, touch, smell, and feel may seem very real, but perceptions are not always accurate representations of reality. The brain's perceptual systems are prone to errors and distortions. Studying illusions like those shown here, we can detect and better understand the brain's misinterpretations of visual input. Ponzo illusion. Which of the two orange bars is longer? Neither. They are identical. When we see two lines converging in distance, our brain perceives them as getting farther away. Line A appears farther away. It seems longer because the images of the two lines projected onto the retina are the same size, but we interpret the farther line as being bigger. The Ponzo illusion demonstrates how we judge an object's size based on its context. Amy's room illusion. Would you believe that the two people in this room, photo on the far left, are approximately the same height? The woman on the right appears about twice as big because the room isn't rectangular. The MS room is actually trapezoidal. Refer to the diagram. But as the photo shows, that is not apparent when it is viewed through a peephole with one eye. The shepherd tables illusion. Look carefully at these two tables. Is one longer than the other? If you compare their measurements with your fingers or a piece of paper, you will see that both the length and width are identical. The brain sees table A and thinks the back edge is farther away than table B, and thus table A appears narrower and longer than table B. Extended description for infographic 3.3, perceptual illusions. Another visual illusion is stroboscopic motion, the appearance of motion produced when a sequence of still images is shown in rapid succession. Another visual illusion is stroboscopic motion, the appearance of motion produced when a sequence of still images is shown in rapid succession. Think of drawing stick figures on the edges of book pages and then flipping the pages to see the figure move. Even infants appear to perceive this kind of motion. Valenza et al. 2006. Although illusions provide clues about how perception works, they cannot explain everything. Let's explore some universal principles of perceptual organization. Lions fall for it too. A small study suggests that lions may be susceptible to some of the same visual illusions as humans. A group of researchers went to an Italian zoo and placed various images in the lion enclosure. A group of researchers went to an Italian zoo and placed various images in the lion enclosure. One of those images was the rotating snake illusion, pictured in the photo on the right, which humans perceive as moving. 2 out of the 3 lionesses in the study paid more attention to the rotating snake than the control images, suggesting the intriguing possibility that they were attracted by the illusory motion. Martinez Conde, 2019, Regaioli, et al. 2019, Pada 1. The whole is greater. The whole is greater. LO13, identify the principles of perceptual organization. Many turn to the Gestalt psychologists. Who were active in Germany in the late 1800s and 1900s to understand how perception works. After observing illusions of motion, the Gestalt psychologists wondered how stationary objects could be perceived as moving and attempted to explain how the human mind organizes stimuli in the environment. Observing the tendency for perception to be organized and complete, they concluded that the brain naturally processes stimuli in their entirety rather than perceiving the parts and pieces. In other words, the whole is entirely different from a mere sum. It is prior to its parts. Wertheimer, 2014, page 131. Gestalt means whole or form in German. The Gestalt psychologists and others who followed studied principles that explain how the brain perceives objects in the environment as wholes or groups. Infographic 3.4. Our central idea, illuminated by the Gestalt psychologists, is the figure-ground principle. Focus, ETAL 2007. As you focus your attention on a figure, for example, the vase in Infographic 3.4, all other features drop into the background. If, however, you direct your gaze onto the faces, the vase falls into the background with everything else. The figure and ground continually change as you shift your focus. Other Gestalt organizational principles include the following. Proximity. Objects close to each other are perceived as a group. Similarity. Objects similar in shape or color are perceived as a group. Connectedness. Connected objects are perceived as a group. Closure. Gaps tend to be filled in if something isn't complete. Continuity. Parts tend to be perceived as members of a group if they head in the same direction. Zoom and gloom. Do you ever feel empty and unsatisfied after a Zoom or Skype call? It might have something to do with the artificial perceptual experience created by digital technologies. Screen freezes, blurry images, time lags, and other glitches may confuse our perceptual systems. Our brains strain to fill in the gaps and make sense of the disorder, which makes us feel vaguely disturbed, uneasy, and tired without quite knowing why. Murphy, 2020, Bada 3. Although these organizational principles have been demonstrated for vision, it is important to note that they apply to the other sense as well. Barwich, 2019, Molloy, ETAL 2019. Imagine a father who can discern his child's voice amid the clamor of a busy playground. His child's voice is the figure and the other noises are the ground. Infographic 3.4. The Gestalt organizing principles. The whole is greater. The Gestalt psychologists identified principles that explain how the brain naturally organizes sensory information into meaningful wholes rather than distinct parts and pieces. These principles help you navigate the world by allowing you to see, for example, that the path you are walking on continues on the other side of an intersection. Gestalt principles also help you make sense of the information presented in your textbooks. Let's examine how this works. Figure ground. We tend to perceive visual stimuli as figures existing on a background. On this map, one area becomes the focus while the rest functions as background. Some stimuli, such as this classic figure ground vase, are reversible figures. We see something different depending on whether we focus on the yellow or the black portion. Law of proximity. We tend to perceive objects that are near each other as a unit. This set of dots is perceived as 3 groups rather than 6 separate columns or 36 individual dots. Proximity helps us read graphs like this one. We understand that bars close together should be compared. Males, females. Law of similarity. We see objects as a group if they share features such as color or shape. In this example, we perceive 8 vertical columns rather than 4 rows of alternating squares and dots. Canada, US, Mexico. Similarity helps us read color-coded charts and graphs. We understand the graph above as having horizontal bars because we naturally group the similarly colored icons. Law of connectedness. We tend to see objects as a group if there is something that connects them. In this group of dots, the ones enclosed in or connected by lines appear related, even though all dots are the same. Skull, scalp, meninges. In a textbook figure, connectedness helps us understand what is being labeled. Law of closure. We tend to fill in incomplete parts of a line or figure. In this example, we perceive a circle even when the line is broken. Closure allows us to read letters and images that are interrupted. We can read this letter even though it is made up of connected. Closure allows us to read letters and images that are interrupted. We can read this letter even though it is made up of unconnected lines. Law of continuity. A, B. We perceive groups where objects appear to be going in the same direction. In this example, we perceive the figure as made up of 2 continuous lines that intersect, A, rather than 2 angles that are brought together, B. Continuity helps us read graphs like this scatter plot, where we perceive the overall pattern. Extended description for infographic 3.4, Gestalt, organizing principles, the whole is greater. Depth perception, LO14, describes some of the visual cues used in depth perception. That same father can tell that the slide extends from the front of the jungle gym, thanks to his brain's ability to pick up on cues about depth. How can a 2-dimensional image projected on the retina be perceived in 3 dimensions? There appear to be inborn abilities and learned cues for perceiving depth and distance. Let's start by examining the inborn ability to recognize depth and its potential for danger. Watch out, baby. Visual cliff. In order to determine whether depth perception is innate or learned, researchers studied the behavior of babies approaching a visual cliff. Refer to the photo below. A flat glass surface with a checkered tablecloth-like pattern directly underneath. In order to determine whether depth perception is innate or learned, researchers studied the behavior of babies approaching a visual cliff. Refer to the photo below. A flat glass surface with a checkered tablecloth-like pattern directly underneath that gives the illusion of a drop-off. Gibson and Walk, 1960. The researchers placed infants ages 6 to 14 months at the edge of the glass. At the other end of the glass were the babies' mothers, coaxing them to crawl over. For the most part, the children refused to move toward what they perceived to be a drop-off, suggesting that the perception of depth was innate. Without ever having explored the edge of an actual abyss, these infants seemed instinctively to know it should be avoided. Interestingly, The original research included a series of studies with a variety of non-human animals, starting with rats and then one-day-old chicks, newborn kids, and lambs, and all of them avoided the visual cliff. Rodkey, 2015. Such findings seem to suggest humans and other animals have an inborn fear of heights, but researchers caution against this interpretation, highlighting the importance of context, learning, and the perceptual features of the stimuli. Lowe, Pugh, and Adolph, 2019, page 1889. Whoa, baby. A baby appears distressed when he encounters the visual cliff, a supportive glass surface positioned over a drop-off or cliff. Most babies will not proceed even when coaxed by a trusted caregiver. This finding suggests that depth perception is already in place by the time a child is crawling. Gibson and Walk, 1960. Binocular cues. Some cues for perceiving depth are the result of information gathered by both eyes. Binocular cues provide information from the right and left eyes to help judge depth and distance. For example, convergence is the brain's interpretation of the tension, or lack thereof, in the eye muscles that direct where both eyes focus. If an object is close, there is more muscular tension, as the muscles turn our eyes inward toward our nose, and the object is perceived as near. This perception of distance is based on experience throughout life. We have learned that muscular tension correlates with the proximity of the object. The more tension we experience, the closer the object. Take a moment to feel that tension. Try this. Extend your arm in front of you. Point your index finger straight up. Try this. Extend your arm in front of you. Point your index finger straight up and keep both eyes open. Now slowly bring your finger close to your nose. Can you feel tension and strain in your eye muscles? Your brain uses this type of convergence cue to determine distance. Another binocular cue is retinal disparity, which is the difference between the images seen by the right and left eyes. The greater the difference, the closer the object. The more similar the two images, the farther the object. With experience, our brains begin using these image disparities to judge distance. The following try this provides an example of retinal disparity. Try this. Hold your index finger about 4 inches in front of your face, pointing up to the ceiling. Quickly open your eye as you are closing your left eye, alternating this activity for a few seconds. It should appear as if your finger is jumping back and forth. Repeat the procedure with your finger out at arm's length. Does the image seem to jump as much? Binocular cues. Judgments about depth and distance can also be informed by binocular cues, which do not necessitate the use of both eyes. An artist who paints pictures can transform a white canvas into a three-dimensional perceptual experience by using techniques that take advantage of binocular cues. The binocular cues include, but are not limited to, the following. Relative size. If two objects are similar in actual size, but one is farther away, it appears to be smaller. We interpret the larger object as being closer. Linear perspective. When two lines start off parallel, then come together, where they converge, appears farther away than where they are parallel. Interposition. When one object is in front of another, it partially blocks the view of the other object, and this partially blocked object appears more distant. Texture. Gradient. When objects are closer, it is easier to see their texture. As they get farther away, the texture becomes less visible. The more apparent the texture, the closer the object appears. Binocular cues. You can gauge the distance and depth in this photo with at least 4 types of binocular cues. 1. People who are farther away look smaller, relative size. 2. The two sides of the street start out parallel but converge as distance increases, linear perspective. 3. The trees in the front block those that are behind, interposition. 4. Textures are more apparent for closer objects, texture gradient. Career connections. Is art in your future? Understanding perceptual principles is essential for anyone pursuing a career in graphic design, animation, architecture, and other artistic fields. Suppose you are designing an online banner or a pop-up ad. People will be viewing the images you create on a 2-dimensional computer screen, but you can simulate a 3-dimensional experience using texture gradient, motion parallax, and other perceptual cues. Leo, ETAL 2018. If you're an architect drawing up blueprints, you can use depth cues and lighting tricks to make spaces appear larger than they actually are. Tay, 2015. Or suppose you are designing video games for children with developmental eye disorders to create a virtual reality experience that retrains the visual system. To create a virtual reality experience that retrains the visual system and therefore remedies the problem, you must understand both monocular and binocular cues. Meringer, ETAL 2022. Is that what I think it is? Is that what I think it is? All these perceptual skills are great if you are standing still, but the world is constantly moving. How do our perceptual systems adapt to changes? We possess the ability to perceive objects as having stable properties, even though our environments are always changing. Perceptual constancy refers to the tendency to perceive objects as maintaining their shape, size, and color, even when the angle, lighting, and distance change. A door is shaped like a rectangle, but when it opens, the image projected on our retina is not a rectangle. Yet, we still perceive the door as having a rectangular shape. This is called shape constancy, and sometimes it can be misleading. When people are shown pictures of windows from a variety of perspectives and then asked to match those images with outlines. When people are shown pictures of windows from a variety of perspectives and then asked to match those images with outlines of shapes, they often have a difficult time choosing an outline that matches the angle of the window. More often than not, shape constancy takes over and participants pick shapes that look more like rectangles than the actual shape of the window images they saw. Cohen and Jones, 2008. Interestingly, artists don't seem to be any better at making these types of matches than non-artists. Ostrovsky, ETAL 2012. Shape constancy. How do you know that all of these doors are the same size and shape? The images projected onto your retina suggest that the open doors are narrower, non-rectangular shapes. Your brain, however, knows from experience that all the opened doors are identical rectangles. From the vantage point of an airplane window, cars and trucks may look like bugs scurrying around, even though we understand that some of the vehicles are as big as elephants. This is because our perceptual toolkit also includes size constancy. Through experience, we get to know the size of everyday objects and perceive them accordingly, regardless of whether they are far or near. Similarly, color constancy allows us to see the world in stable colors, even when the sensory data arriving at our photoreceptors change. A bright red backpack appears bright red outside in the sunshine or inside a house. The light waves bouncing off the backpack have changed, but your understanding of the color has not been altered. What color are they? Believe it or not, there are no red pixels in this image, just gray and green hues. Kircher, 2017. These strawberries look red as a result of color constancy. We see the world in stable colors, even when the sensory data arriving at our photoreceptors are variable. Although examples of these organizational tendencies occur with robust regularity, some of them are not universal. Certain studies suggest that children learn to perceive size constancy. For example, their ability to estimate the size of distant objects improves by around 9 years old, in step with cognitive developments such as improved reasoning. Granred, 2009, Kavsek, and Granred, 2012. Learning also plays a role in the phenomenon of perceptual set, the tendency to perceive stimuli in a specific manner based on past experiences and expectations. If someone handed you a picture of two women and said, "This is a mother with her daughter," you would be more likely to rate them as looking alike than if you had been given the exact same picture and told, "These women are unrelated." Indeed, research shows that people who believe they are looking at parent-child pairs are more likely to rate the pairs as similar than those who believe the members of the pairs are not related, even though they are looking at the same adult-child pairs. ODA-ETAL, 2005. In short, we tend to see what we are looking for. Perceptual sets are molded by the context of the moment, including the words you are hearing. Forder and Lupien, 2019. For example, if a news reporter uses the word sects in a story about feuding religious groups, you are unlikely to think they are saying sex, even though sects and sex sound almost the same. Similarly, if a baby is swaddled in a blue blanket, you are probably more likely to assume it's a boy than a girl. Such expectancies apply to crying babies as well. Higher-pitched cries are assumed to be those of female infants, even though there are no measurable sex differences in the pitch of their cries. In one study, adults not only wrongly assumed they could attribute sex and gender-related traits to crying babies, they were often misguided in their assessment of the baby's discomfort. Reby, ETAL, 2016, page 7. Think about how perceptual sets might lead to unfamiliar treatment, not only of boys and girls, but also of people belonging to various races, religions, and cultures. ABC 1214. Extended description for letters or numbers. Letters or numbers. What do we see in the green square? It depends on whether we view the symbol as belonging to a row of letters, A, B, C, or a column of numbers 12, 13, 14. Perceptions are shaped by the context in which a stimulus occurs and our expectations about that stimulus. Nothing stands in her way. Looking back on her life, Mandy is thankful for everything that happened. Even the devastating loss of her hearing. The whole experience itself has changed who I am, Mandy says. As a musician, I would adore being able to listen to music again, but I wouldn't trade the experience and everything that I've learned for any of it. I've grown so much as a person. As for the future, Mandy wants to continue making music, performing, and spreading her message. You can learn more about her music, tours, and other projects by visiting mandyharveymusic.com or by reading her book, Sensing the Rhythm, Finding My Voice in a World Without Sound. Shining Star. Mandy performs the national anthem at a New York Giants game at MetLife Stadium in 2018. One binocular cue, called blank, is based on the brain's interpretation of the tension in muscles of the eyes. Is the answer A, convergence, B, retinal disparity, C, interposition, D, relative size? A, convergence. One binocular cue, called convergence, is based on the brain's interpretation of the tension in muscles of the eyes. Question number 2. Blank means the whole or form in German. Gestalt means the whole or form in German. Chapter 3, Review, Summary of Concepts. LO1, define sensation and perception and explain how they are different. Sensation is the process by which receptors in our sensory organs receive and detect stimuli. Perception is the process of giving meaning to sensations. Bottom-up processing describes how the brain takes in basic sensory information and processes it. Top-down processing uses past experiences and knowledge in order to understand sensory information. LO2, define transduction and explain how it relates to sensation. Sensory organs receive stimuli from the environment, for example, sound waves, light waves, Transduction is the transformation of stimuli into electrical and chemical signals. The neural signals are then processed by the central nervous system, resulting in what we consciously experience as sensations. LO3 describe and differentiate between absolute thresholds and difference thresholds. One of the important goals of studying sensation and perception is to determine absolute thresholds, the weakest stimuli that can be detected 50% of the time. Difference thresholds indicate the minimum difference between two stimuli noticed 50% of the time. According to Weber's law, certain ratios determine these difference thresholds. The ability to detect weak signals in the environment depends on many factors. LO4 summarize the properties of light and color and describe the structure and function of the eye. The eyes do not sense faces, objects, or scenery. They detect light, which is a form of electromagnetic energy. Visible light comprises one small portion of the electromagnetic spectrum, which also includes gamma rays, X-rays, ultraviolet light, infrared light, microwaves, and radio waves. The color or hue of visible light is determined by its wavelength. Apart from their hue, colors can be characterized by brightness, intensity, and saturation. Purity. When light first enters the eye, it passes through a glassy outer layer known as the cornea. Then it travels through a hole called the pupil, followed by the lens. Both the cornea and the lens focus the incoming light waves, and the lens can change shape in order to adjust to objects near and far. Finally, the light travels through the eye's jelly-like center and reaches the retina, where it is transduced into neural activity. LO5 describe the functions of rods and cones. There are two types of photoreceptors in the retina, rods and cones. Rods are extremely sensitive to light. They enable vision in dim lighting, but do not provide the sensation of color. Cones enable us to sense color and discern details, but they are not used when ambient light is low. Rods are found throughout the retina, but not in the fovea. This is where the cones are concentrated. Neither rods nor cones are found in the optic disc. LO6 explain how the trichromatic theory and the opponent process theory help us understand color vision. The trichromatic theory of color vision suggests there are three types of cones: red, green, and blue. The three types of cones fire in response to different electromagnetic wavelengths. The opponent process theory of color vision suggests that in addition to the color-sensitive cones, we also have neurons that respond differently to opponent colors. These colors cannot be viewed simultaneously, for example, red, green, blue, yellow. LO7 summarize how sound waves are converted into the sensation of hearing. Audition is the term used for the sense of hearing. Sound waves enter the ear, causing the eardrum to vibrate, which initiates a chain reaction in the tiny bones of the middle ear. The oval window vibrates, moving fluid in the cochlea, a fluid-filled, snail-shaped organ of the inner ear. The cochlea is lined with the basilar membrane, which contains hair cells that bend in response to the moving fluid, causing nearby nerve cells to fire. Neural messages are sent through the auditory nerve to the auditory cortex via the thalamus. LO8 illustrate how we sense different pitches of sound. Place theory suggests that the location of neural activity along the cochlea allows us to sense different pitches of high-frequency sounds. With a high-frequency sound, vibrations occur closer to the end of the basilar membrane, near the oval window. Frequency theory suggests that the frequency of the neural impulses determines the experience of pitch. The entire basilar membrane vibrates at the same rate as the sound wave, triggering neural impulses at this same rate. Place theory explains how we perceive pitches from 4,000 Hz to 20,000 Hz. Place theory explains how we perceive pitches from 4,000 Hz to 2,000. Place theory explains how we perceive pitches from 4,000 Hz to 20,000 Hz. Frequency theory explains how we perceive lower pitches. The volley principle explains how the frequency theory applies to sound frequencies that exceed neuron firing capacity. Essentially, neurons work together so their combined firing reaches frequencies higher than one neuron can achieve alone. L09 described the process of olfaction. Olfaction, sense of smell, is called a chemical sense because it involves sensing chemicals in the environment. Molecules from odor-emitting objects in our environments make their way into our nostrils, up through the nose or mouth. The olfactory epithelium is home to millions of olfactory receptor neurons, which provide receptors for odor molecules. When enough odor molecules bind to the receptor neuron, a signal is sent to the brain. L010 discuss the structures involved in taste and describe how they work. Gustation, sense of taste, is also a chemical sense. The receptor cells for taste are located in the taste buds, which are embedded in the tongue's papillae, the roof of the mouth, and the lining of the cheeks. Each taste bud contains 50 to 100 taste receptors, which provide binding sites for taste molecules. Taste is essential for survival, pushing organisms toward needed foods and away from harmful ones. L011 explain how the biopsychosocial perspective helps us understand pain. The biopsychosocial perspective explains the perception of pain by exploring biological, psychological, and social factors. According to the gate control theory, a person's perception of pain can increase or decrease depending on how the brain interprets pain signals. Neural activity makes its way to the brain where it is processed. The brain can block pain by sending a message via the spinal cord to close the gates so the pain won't be felt. L012 illustrate how we sense the position and movement of our bodies. Kinesthesia is the sense of position and movement of the body. We know how our body parts are oriented in space because of specialized nerve endings called proprioceptors, which are primarily located in the muscles and joints. Our proprioceptors monitor changes in the position of body parts and the tension in our muscles. The vestibular sense helps us deal with the effects of gravity, movement, and body position in order to keep us balanced. L013 identify the principles of perceptual organization. Gestalt psychologists sought to explain how the human mind organizes stimuli from the environment. They realized that the brain naturally organizes stimuli in their entirety rather than perceiving the parts and pieces. Gestalt indicates a tendency for human perception to be organized and complete. The organizational principles include proximity, similarity, connectedness, closure, and continuity. LO14 describes some of the visual cues used in depth perception. Depth perception appears partially to be an innate ability. Babies in the visual cliff experiment, for example, refuse to move toward what they perceive to be a drop-off. Binocular cues are the result of information gathered from both eyes, and they help us judge depth and distance. Binocular cues can be used by either eye alone and also help judge depth and distance. Key terms: absolute thresholds, accommodation, after image, amplitude, audition, binocular cues, blind spot, bottom-up processing, cochlea, color constancy, cones, convergence, cornea, dark adaptation, depth perception, difference threshold, feature detectors, figure ground, frequency theory, gate control theory, gestalt, gestation, hue, illusion, iris, kinesthesia, light adaptation, binocular cues, olfaction, opponent process theory, optic nerve, perception, perceptual constancy, perceptual set, photoreceptors, pitch, place theory, proprioceptors, retina, retinal disparity, rods, saturation, sensation, sensory adaptation, shape constancy, signal detection theory, size constancy, top-down processing, transduction, trichromatic theory, vestibular sense, Volley principle, wavelength, Weber's law. Chapter 4, Consciousness. The time now is 8:32 a.m. Today is Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.